I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make them bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Yo, what's good? What's good, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good? Hector, what's good, man? How you doing? Yo, shout out to Hector. Hey, Sean, what's good, man? Raphael, what's good? What's good? How y'all today? I'm good, man. I'm good. Salute. I'm good. Hey, anybody else out there in the Knicks universe believing in this RJ Barrett is a star thing? Is RJ Barrett a star? Is y'all believe in the hype? What's good? Dripmore, what's good? What's good? Yo, so I'm believing in this RJ Barrett is a star thing, right? It's kind of like when you send your babies off to school and you like, yo, Lil Freezy, a crybaby, man. I hope he figure it out when he get to school. You know, you send Lil Freezy off, he like, yo, he like, Poppy, I don't want to go. And I'm like, man, it's gonna be fun. Y'all gonna eat snacks and y'all gonna have story time and y'all gonna get to play with toys and you're gonna make some friends, right? And the potential is there. You like, yo, the potential there for Lil Freezy to do something, man. But I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Does Lil Freezy have what it takes to thrive in kindergarten, right? And then sometimes Lil Freezy come home and he coloring outside the lines. You like, yo, you know what I'm saying? That's just part for the course, right there. He gotta learn. You know what I'm saying? You gotta learn. You know what I'm saying? And then one day, Lil Freezy come home and he got a star on his paper, #1 in his class. And you high five Lil Freezy. You like, good job, Lil Freezy, good job. And he like, yeah, I got a star, but I could have did better. So you like, yo, the new Knicks is in the building. What's good? City for real, what's good? What's good? I see you. Cynic was good. Raphael, you know. So Lil Freezy come home with the star on his paper, #1 in his class. And he's like, yeah, it would have looked better, but I didn't have all the crayons that I wanted. So, you know what I'm saying? This is the best I can do under the circumstance. And you look at it, you like, yo, Lil Freezy, I'm gonna take this to work and put it at my desk. He's like, for real? And he's like, yeah, for real, man. When you come to my job, you're gonna see your paper at my desk. And he's so proud that he go in the room and practice by himself, just drawing, just how he can make it better and better and better. Right? And then he come home like a week later with a note like, hey, Uncle Freezy, Lil Freezy is special. And I'm like, for real? He was a crybaby. I thought he was gonna be a wimp. I thought the moment was gonna be too big for him. You know? Oh, that's for me. Thank you. All right. That nighttime coffee. I don't know nothing about that. Nighttime coffee. Drink this joint, boy. When Hoodie Kev get in here, it's gonna be fireworks. It's gonna be fireworks when he get in. Yeah, Hector. Hey, Hector. And listen, I got something that I want to talk to you about. I'm about to tap into something. Hey, that's Hoodie Kev hitting us up. Like he ready to come in here and to fight. So shout out to Project Nerd. But I don't know if Project Nerd like to talk about things, about relevant matters, things that you know what I'm saying, that are significant or whatever. So what I was gonna do is I was gonna offer him the opportunity to jump in and talk. But some people get intimidated by the moment. But to Lil Freezy thing. So Lil Freezy got, Lil Freezy showed a little promise in kindergarten, and next thing you know, he a first grader, and the teacher is got him spelling compound words, and you're like, oh snap! Some of these compound words and phrases, he you know what I'm saying, he spelled them wrong, but some of them he got them right. All of a sudden, they trying to put Lil Freezy in the spelling bee. What? Okay, RJ Barrett, I see you. RJ Barrett, because for a long time, C Mac, my dog, was good. I see you, C Mac. I see you. So for a long time, people said, "Hey, man, RJ Barrett can't shoot. He's a shooting guard that can't shoot. We need to move him to the small forward, right? He can't shoot, man." But then you look at RJ Barrett's numbers, and it's like he is shooting better than cats like Tyler Hero. Ain't that who y'all compared him to last time? Y'all were like, well, Tyler Hero, he's not a playmaker, a shooter like Tyler Hero. But when I look at the numbers, like, Tyler Hero plays with a championship caliber coach, right? He's got Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo. He plays with that dude that made those racial comments, that idiot. You know what I'm saying? But RJ Barrett plays with Julius Randle, and that's about it. There are other players on the roster, but they're not Jimmy Butler level. They're not Bam Adebayo level caliber talent. They are who they are. I'm not throwing shade at them, but Elfrid Payton is not Jimmy Butler. Mitchell Robinson is not Bam Adebayo. You know what I'm saying? So RJ Barrett is in a different situation. Tom Thibodeau is not Eric Spoelstra. No matter how much we like Tom Thibodeau, Eric Spoelstra has been there and has done that. Right? So while you think Thibodeau might be better than Spo, Spo has been there and done that. He went there last year and couldn't do that. But look at the roster he had. Spo took that whack roster last year. He took them there and almost pulled something off. Y'all mind if I get comfortable? We're gonna be here for a while, man. Y'all mind if I get a little comfy? Y'all mind if I get into the real Uncle Freezy mode? Y'all mind if I skip some of the formalities? Hold on. I'm gonna get comfy, y'all. I'm gonna get comfy. Since we're gonna be here for a while, I want to listen to y'all, to a lot of the stuff that y'all have to say. Right? I legit want to dig into what y'all have to say, because a lot of times we don't listen. I think the bigger we've gotten, the less we listen to the chat. and I don't want to be that way, right? I think the chat is probably the most important thing going. It's more important than having Uncle Freezy up here, right? So chat, y'all let me know what y'all want to talk about. I have some stuff that I want to talk about, man. But legit, I want to see what it is that y'all want to talk about. Right? I want to see what it is that y'all want to talk about. Yo, y'all, you also forgot the elite Reggie Bullock. I did forget about Reggie Bullock. What did he score? 8 points last night? So Raphael says the real question in his eyes is, can Spoelstra win a championship without LeBron James? That's a very good question. Well, he may have won one last year if he didn't have to play against LeBron James. Right? Is that a legit retort to that question? God of Moses and Elijah? I just want to know that. What if the Lakers didn't have LeBron James? Would the Heat have one last year? Yo, what's good, fam? What's good? Hey,
Freezy, what's up, baby?
Hey, listen, I gotta, and it's not personal. It's not personal. But listen, so the thing is I know that you are a deep thinker, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know that you're a deep thinker. And I wanted to maybe not in this hour here, but maybe after the chat has emptied their gun, so to speak, in terms of questions. I wanted to talk to you about other stuff like the social impacts of our Knicks team being good. Like how does the Knicks team, how does this franchise being good impact the New York tri-state area? Right?
Well, salute to the panel, City for real. What's up? I've never been on a panel with you. How you doing? Salute.
It was good.
Good, bro.
For sure.
Like I was saying, it's good for the fact that it's creating content and it's creating more of a media apparatus that we get to control. Because normally the Knicks media has been like it was before, controlled by the big conglomerates, the ESPN, the Fox Sports, the back of the Daily News, New York Post. But now in this day,
even James Dolan,
even James Dolan from owning Cablevision and owning Cablevision and being able to create and spin his own narrative and create his own like quote unquote content. But today's day and age in 2021 with not social media but online presence, what it is with this Knicks community that we have is being generated from like a grassroots era. Like it's all grassroots. This is from the ground up. This is us creating it and us getting able to control it. So it's making more of a space for us to grow. On top of it, there's so many small sports stores that sells memorabilia that want to sell Knicks stuff, but they can't because the Knicks haven't been relevant. The fact now that the Knicks are relevant and good, you have a lot more Knicks memorabilia like jerseys and cups and mugs being sold in them small towns in like Atlantic City or like Connecticut, you know?
Right. No doubt. I feel you on that. So let me shout out my man City for real. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, put a thumbs up in the virtual chat for our homeboy City for real. City for real, what's good?
What's good, Freeze?
Good to see you, boss.
Yeah, man, ain't nothing. Seen you was getting on the Knicks talk, so you know I had to jump in.
Yeah, man. I wanted to so on one hand, so I'm gonna say this analogy and it's gonna seem like I have four hands, right? But on excuse me, on the one hand, I wanted to see what it is that the chat wanted to chop it up about, right? Just do open mic and listen to what they have to say. Because the chat is what makes these type platforms thrive, right? Not by a whole bunch of people, but by loyal people that come back time after time. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to have 400 people in your live stream. You just need like a few people that are loyal to the cause, and we have that here, right? But so with that said, I like to listen to what it is they have to say so that we can address it. Right.
All right. So what they saying?
I'm giving them
throw me a random question.
Quick draw McGaw.
Yeah, and so let me say this first before we get too deep into that. I just want to say on the other hand, what I want to talk about is potential trades and roster pickups for the Knicks that'll make us relevant. So what do we need to improve the roster? Is it easy to obtain, and how do we go about getting it? And then on the other hand, I have a dream. I have a dream. I say
All
that
right.
one day we will reach the mountaintop, right?
Yeah.
So I have a dream, right? I have this dream that one day our backcourt of the future of Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett will both be NBA All Stars representing the Eastern Conference, right? I have a dream, right? And when I say that, Chuck B's debate career is rolling over in its grave when it hears me say this. You know what I'm saying? And so because for some of us, we feel like Emmanuel Quickly is nothing more than a dollar store Lou Williams, right? And then you have some that say no, he'll be more than that. Um, he doesn't pass the ball enough. You know what I'm saying? He'll be, a decent scorer off the bench, borderline starter. But I have a dream that
Right.
one day. And so I have a dream, right? That Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett are our backcourt of the future, right? Because I looked into numbers and such, and Emmanuel Quickly does pass the ball, but he doesn't pass it to the person scoring the basket. He passes the ball around, so he passes at a high volume more so than Alfred Payton and Derrick Rose. It's just when he gets locked into scoring, he's locked into scoring, right? Um, and then there is this narrative out there by the loud minority, and you know who the loud. But y'all have been places where you've been in a loud minority, where the majority of people are quiet because they figure common sense should reign supreme. But then you have those that are dumb and proud, right?
Echo chambers.
Yeah. So what they say is fade for Cade. They don't care what momentum you have right now, right? They don't care what momentum you have right now. They don't care nothing about high leverage games making people on your roster better. They don't care anything about a rising tide raising all boats in terms of development. Like if your developmental coaches are working, right? If your developmental coaches are working, that means your rookies, Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly will get better, but so will your veterans all the way through Taj Gibson. They can be taught to improve certain things. Like just because you're a veteran does not mean that you shouldn't work on getting better.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
So they don't believe in that kind of stuff. They believe in fade for Cade, suck for Suggs. You know what I'm saying? That and you know what? Maybe calling them dumb and proud is strong. But so what? So what?
Listen, bro. Listen. Let's just address this, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got the young guys, like, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever. And they getting a burn. They getting a reps. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
But with Coach Tibbs, you already know you're on a short leash. Like, you know what I mean? If you don't do certain things, then you out of here. Like, you know what I mean? And
Right.
we gotta respect that. But as far as the trade stuff goes that you was talking about, like I'm more of a fan of off-season work. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Because I want us to get that continuity in. Like, you know what I mean? Because we haven't had that. Like, you know, like we've had teams where guys just don't play together for an ample amount of years. Like, you know what I mean? So we gotta address that and get the snowball rolling where we know that we got guys that's been together where they know where a guy is gonna be
Right.
pre-thought, like, you know what I'm saying? Where I could just pass the ball and know
Are
where
you
this
saying
guy is gonna be.
chemistry?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, you know what I'm saying? We need that. So this is why I'm a fan of the off-season moves. Like, you know what I mean? Because we could bring in one guy and he might not offset the chemistry or whatever, but at the end of the day, we got to acclimate him into our defensive schemes and whatever it is that we do, because obviously we're a defensive team. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't gonna roll up with the best, scoring 120 points, whatever. We just a defensive team. Obviously, the defensive standing speaks for themselves. Like, you know, but when you throw that into the matter and you talk about the offensive side of the ball, our team is just lacking because we are not, how do you say it? We are not what's the word I'm looking for? We're not consistent on offense. Like, we're consistent most likely pretty much on defense. That's why we got the reputation that we have, but on offense, we're sick, bro. Like, you know what I mean? So we need a wing. That would be my first. Hold
it right there. What kind of wing are you talking about? Are you talking about a wing that can guard 1s, 2s, and some 3s? That can guard 2s, 3s, and some 4s? You talking about somebody that can guard 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s? You talking about guys that could do that can shoot the 3 and generate offense, playmaker, facilitator?
Well, it's weird. You know why? Because like this, I feel like this, right? It's weird, right? Because look, we got Reggie Bullock, right? He's a wing. He plays good defense and he can light it up anytime. Like, you know what I'm saying?
What's up,
like anytime.
What's up?
Like, you know what I mean? He can do that. But I would say, when I say a wing, I mean we need a consistent wing. Like we need a guy that's just gonna stay consistent. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because Bullock is a wing and he's a 3-and-D guy, but he's just not consistent. Like, you know what I'm saying?
So sometimes he's a 3, and sometimes he can knock down that 3, and sometimes he can be a lockdown defender. But we rarely get all of that in the same game.
Yeah. We need a guy that's gonna be one of those how do you call it? One of those 3-and-D guys that's gonna be called for the defensive team. Like, you know what I'm saying? Called for the one of those 50, 40, 90 guys, like, you know, like a PG or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? But not
now you big game hunting though.
Not even
they don't grow in trees.
Not even that dynamic, but I mean a guy that's close to that for our team right now.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? A guy that's close to that.
Get you, bro, but the only thing is you have to be dynamic to be 50, 40, 90. That's what you know what I'm saying.
Right, but
and be a defensive guy.
Yeah, that's a unicorn right there. Like they don't
but what I'm saying is we need somebody that can get close to that.
Got you.
Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to be that, but you need to get close to it to where we can feel like, okay, we good. We can trust you. Like, you know what I mean? Because all of our wings right now, we can't trust.
Hector knows who I wanted small forward.
Yeah, definitely. But to your point, like you were saying, City, it's like, do we address that now? Like, if we're like, we could sit back and like, look, realistically, there's nobody that we could trade for that's gonna help us beat the 1, 2, 3, or 4 seed. That's not gonna happen. So we could address that in the offseason. Right now, what we have right now is good, and we could just build on it, like you were saying, when it comes to chemistry. I don't want to sacrifice something right now that's going to ruin the chemistry of the team that we got. Our big mistake when we traded for Melo, I love Melo, but as you know, Amari was leading our team that year. He was the offensive force. So we traded for somebody that's going to take the ball, that took the ball out of Amari's hand and took away from what was having us winning. And that's a bad idea. We can't repeat the same mistakes that we did before. Insanity is repeating the same thing over and over and over again. And we have to learn from our mistakes. But that's why I have faith in the front office when it comes to Leon Rose, like telling James Dolan the same exact thing. There's nobody that we could trade for right now that's going to bring us over that threshold. That's something that we could address in the offseason. So right now we could just build on what we have.
Right.
Yeah, that's
right.
my thing is hit up the off season and roll with what we got. And if what we got ain't hitting, then we know what we need to do. And if we pull out of
my fault. And on Freezy's point when he brought up quickly, everyone's comparison is Lou Wells. Lou Wells, he's a carbon copy of Lou Wells, but this is quickly first year in the league. Lou Williams wasn't Lou Williams his first or second or third. He had to develop into that. So to see what you're seeing from quickly in his first year, that right there just has to give you great great thought for the future.
Right. The arrow was
his first year, his first half.
Right. The arrow is pointing up for Emmanuel Quickly. The arrow is pointing up. Right. There are some rookies that's drafted this year in front of Quickly that the arrow is not pointing up.
One of them's on our team.
Yeah. You're trying to figure out where that arrow is pointing with Obi.
And as much as I love Obi, as much as I love his athleticism, we missed it, man. We should have drafted Halliburton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, even if we still got Quickly, if we would have had Halliburton and Quickly to be coming off the bench for us, not even starting, that combo right there.
I wouldn't say that because I'm that guy that I don't do the shit coulda woulda stuff.
Oh, of course,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hindsight, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like we could have drafted Halliburton and something else could have happened, and something else could have happened to where he wouldn't have looked like the same guy that he is today. Like, you know what I mean?
No,
whatever.
That's right.
Hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah, and I'm here to tell you that I think Halliburton is the benefactor of the ideal situation, right? And so here's why I say that. So starting in front of Halliburton is a borderline all-star with the arrow pointing up, and he's young.
Who has max money.
Right. So he's not going nowhere, and he's a very good player. At the other position, by numbers, they have one of the greatest shooters to ever play in the NBA. By numbers, I'm not saying just talking about his overall game. I'm just talking about if you strictly go about just go on stats, Buddy Hield is one of the greatest shooters to ever play in the NBA. 3-point shooters, I mean. I'm going to clarify and say 3-point, one of the greatest 3-point shooters to ever play in the NBA. Right? So now you have a Tyrese Halliburton in a situation where he has no pressure to do anything because both spots are filled. As a matter of fact, they evacuated a spot so that Halliburton can play. They traded one of the guards away, Bogdanovich away. I think he's in Atlanta now, so that Halliburton can legit come in and be the third guard with no pressure. They already have a guy, a 20-point scorer in Harrison Barnes or whatever it is that he's scoring, right? And so there's no pressure on Halliburton. And then plus they play in one of the smallest markets in the NBA, in Sacramento, California. Any one of y'all ever been to Sacramento?
Absolutely not.
I've been to LA.
Hector, you've been.
I've been to a couple of places in California.
Yeah, I've been to LA.
I've never been to California.
I've been to the Valley, like the desert, Coachella and stuff, but I haven't been to Sacramento.
Right. Well, you ain't missed nothing. You ain't missed nothing.
Yeah, see, look, I live on the West Coast, and like I said, man, I've been to a couple of places, like, you know what I'm saying, out there in Cali or whatever. But I've never been to Sacramento.
I've been to Cali like 5 times, right? But never to Sacramento. And when I go there, I'm like, yo, the Sacramento Kings have a team, man. Blah blah blah. They're like, man, you ain't missed nothing. It's just like just think about a Baltimore, Maryland, just 4 times smaller. Like Baltimore, Maryland.
I know people may think that I like bashing on Staten Island. If there's anybody in the chat from Staten Island, I'm sorry, but Sacramento is like the Staten Island of California.
You forget Sacramento. Sometimes shout out to Staten Island.
Yeah, shout out to Staten Island.
But sometimes you forget it's in the tri-state area. You know what I'm saying? People like I'm from Staten Island. You like from where? Okay. Hey, so no shade on Staten Island.
Honestly, the only thing I think about when I hear Staten Island is Impractical Jokers, the episode where Joe pulls a Captain Fat Belly and just tells everyone not Staten Islanders to suck it.
Yeah.
And this alludes to this is why we call Brooklyn Nets our little brother.
Facts.
And so I got a narrative about that. I want to get to that. I want to get to the Brooklyn Nets in about 30 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think we're going to probably have a conversation that's probably at least an hour long about us versus Brooklyn.
I don't
And so
want to do it.
I just want y'all to put that. I just want y'all to put that under your hat right now,
Great.
because yeah. So, but anyway, to Tyrese Halliburton, he's in a situation where he's in the ideal situation. You know what I mean? It's you know, it's one of those situations. Like sometimes the draft works out perfectly for the team and the player, right? Kind of like Emmanuel Quickly to New York, right? So Emmanuel Quickly, all that stuff that I just said about Tyrese Halliburton, New York is the complete opposite of that, right? New York doesn't have a young point guard that's a borderline all-star, right? New York doesn't have a shooting guard that's potentially one of the greatest shooters from three-point land of all time. New York doesn't have a 20-point scorer at small forward, right? To keep the pressure off, you know what I'm saying? You know, New York doesn't have, a bunch of stuff that Sacramento has right now. But what they do have is the opportunity for you to come in and win a job and establish yourself. The only thing, though, is the microscope. The microscope is about 1,000,000 times stronger on you in New York City than it is in Sacramento, California. Right? I mean, so to say that Tyrese Halliburton would have been the same player here, I can't co-sign with that without legit evidence. Right? The evidence to me suggests that if Tyrese Halliburton had come here and was the starter, his numbers wouldn't look the same. Right? Because if Tyrese Halliburton came here and legit couldn't beat out Austin Rivers, Frank Ntilikina, and Elfrid Payton, then what did we actually draft? Right? And then to set that off further, if we drafted Tyrese Halliburton, I'm here to tell you that we would never have traded for Derrick Rose. Right? So it's like these things, they separate on one side and they congeal on the other. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So for the people that say Tyrese Halliburton is better than Quickly, I say let's wait and see. You know what I'm saying? Because the circumstances are very different. You know what I'm saying? And one other determining factor is, so you look at Halliburton's numbers, and they're great numbers, man. He's averaging more points, more rebounds, more assists. But you're talking about a team that has the third fastest pace in the NBA versus Emmanuel Quickly playing less minutes for the team with the slowest pace in the NBA. If Emmanuel Quickly played at that pace that Tyrese Halliburton played at, would Emmanuel Quickly's numbers look more or less like Tyrese Halliburton's?
Definitely, it would look. He would have more numbers, but also it's also a compliment to Quickly that he's doing what he's doing in our offense with a slow pace. He showed, like, for example, you got guys that they say they're fast-paced players.
Right.
You know, they can only play in a fast-paced offense. Quickly showing that he can do both. I mean, obviously we knew he was a running gun type, but he's also playing well in the half court.
Right.
So he's showing he can do both.
Right. And so my point to it is this. And not that I want to pound my chest for Emmanuel Quickly and I'm trying to shove or trying to jumpstart the Emmanuel Quickly hype train. I am in a sense, but not this way. I don't want to jumpstart the Emmanuel Quickly hype train at this fashion by comparing him to other rookies. What I would like to do is jumpstart the Emmanuel Quickly hype train as we start this road down high leverage games and see this dude show and prove as opposed to show and tell. You see Tyrese Halliburton is show and tell. He came out and was like, "Yo, the Knicks should have drafted me. Look at me. Look at the numbers I'm putting up. Hey, bro, I got a surprise for you. You're putting those numbers up for a team that is vastly worse than the Knicks are right now. Right? Emmanuel Quickly is putting up these numbers that have gone from a 17-win team 2 years ago to a 21-win team last year to a 19-win team by the All-Star break this year, right? And so you can say it's coincidence, like no, it's a coincidence. It's not quickly. Quickly is not the main reason why the Knicks are vastly better.
Hey,
It's because
Freezy,
of something.
so let me ask you this: Did we give him a workout?
I'm not for sure, man.
All right, because so what I was gonna say was if we gave him a workout, right, or whatever, then it just goes. And I don't know if we did or not. So like, you know what I mean? But if we did and we didn't draft him, that just goes to show you that guess what? What we wanted, you didn't have it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Regardless of what you doing right now. And like I said, I don't know if we gave him a workout or not, but like, at the end of the day, if we did, then that goes to show you didn't have what we wanted. Like, you know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
And even if you looking like you the ish, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we also still had that Kenny Payne and Worldwide West were campaigning hard for Emmanuel Quickly.
Yeah.
Right.
Guys like so if they was already campaigning hard for a guard, they probably thought, well, why would we draft two guards? You know what I mean?
Right,
In the
but
first round.
also too, I feel like with the regime that we got sitting at the forefront, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like those guys looked at stuff and said, you know what? Like, and again, like I said, I don't know if we even looked at it, but if we did, then you know what? It is what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't listen, we got the team that we got. We ain't worried about nothing. And those guys can sit
Have
back
great
and
careers elsewhere.
relax. Yeah, sit back and relax. Like, if you do wind up being better than what we chose, then it is what it is. If you don't, then you don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you already know what they're going to talk about. They're going to say, oh, the Knicks made the wrong move. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how many other teams make the wrong move that nobody talks about?
That
That
comes
happens
with
a
what
lot.
Freezy said. The microscope's a lot bigger here. So that
Exactly.
comes with the territory.
No, yeah. Hello, everyone.
Exactly.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hoodie Kev, what's
Hey,
up?
man.
What's up, Kev? I was just getting ready to ask for you.
Oh, you don't want to do that. You don't.
Hey, man. Hey, look who's here. Chi-Town is in the building.
Hey, what's good?
Yo, hey, yo, check it out. What's up, fellas? What's up? What's going
Oh,
on?
you
What's that?
coming in loud and hot. What is all that
Yeah,
in the
man.
background?
I should be depressed because we just got beat by the Heat, but I'm okay, man.
I'm saying there's something in the background.
Yeah,
Playing the world's smallest violin
don't
for you,
know.
my guy.
sounds like the world's biggest violin playing in the background.
Wow.
Um,
Yeah,
Quickly the fact.
I don't know.
So Kev. So Hoodie Kev. You
yes,
heard
sir.
what I said about Emmanuel quickly,
I
right?
so, so
And you heard the Tyrese Halliburton comparison, right? Are we pessimistic about Emmanuel quickly, and are we overlooking the value that Tyrese Halliburton brings to any NBA team versus just those Sacramento Kings?
as you see, I had to don the hoodie this evening because I was listening.
Hoodie Kev.
I was listening to you, and I was like, no, I don't agree with any of this. I don't agree, and I see that I'm in for a long night.
Right, and
Let
that's
me
why
break out the hoodie.
that's why I recruited Hector. That's why I recruited Hector right there.
So I was like, let me break out the hoodie tonight because
Oh,
that is
Lord.
complete BS. What we do as fans of any team is hype our own players up in comparison to another team's player. They're like, oh, this player is averaging more points, assists, rebounds, and so what? It's because this, and this. But look at what our player is doing because he's in this, and this. It's like, no, maybe, just maybe, that player is better. Because here's the thing. If you wanted this player, right, at this number, and you passed on him, and he still went at this number, and you took a player at this number, the reason he was at this number and this player was at this number rated at at a place that Schubert had higher. So maybe this player is just better than this player. But this player right here is taking an absolute advantage of the opportunities that he's had. That does not make him better than this player. Just because they have two different skill sets, because all of us right now would love to have Tyrese Halliburton.
Hector and I both said that. We both said
I never said
Tyrese
Quickly's
Halliburton.
better than Halliburton.
You never said that.
So I'm
y'all
telling
are happy
I'm
with
telling
Elfrid Payton, right?
No,
Okay.
no, no,
I'm
no,
more
no,
than
that's not what they
sure that
said.
y'all are happy with Elfrid
No
Payton.
one
That's
said
not what they
that.
said.
What I said was, I said that.
Like a bunch of people on the
I
Elfrid Payton
no,
train.
Kev. I said
Oh no, we
that.
forgot Kev. Kev's the only one that's right. We are all
Kev,
wrong, even though we say
I
the same
said
thing.
that I wish that we took Halliburton, that we missed out on him by drafting Obi. That's what I
Y'all
said.
definitely did.
I was
We
like,
both said
even
that.
even if we still picked up Quickly later on, I think it would have been a good combo
But
to have
Hector, so
Halliburton and Quickly.
Kev disagrees with himself because he said he disagreed with everything that was said. So
No, I said I disagree with what Freezy said.
You said what everybody said. You said you disagree with everything.
No, I said what everything you said. I was talking to Freezy.
No, you said
when
everything
I said
that was said.
Yeah,
Hey,
rewind it.
Mobile was good.
But I was
Hey,
talking to Freezy.
Okay, now that you clarified, I understand.
okay.
Hey,
My
so here's the thing. I'm sorry that hoodie cap came in absolutely wrong. Y'all remember that phrase I said, dumb and proud? That take right there was dumb and proud right there. Because what he did was took a stance where I laid out facts for you. I pointed out their point guard situation. I pointed out their shooting guard situation. I pointed out his role on the team. I pointed out that they had a 20-point scorer that they can depend on, right? And he started his argument, have you ever thought that maybe, right? And so the word maybe insinuates speculation and creates doubt with the removal of evidence and fact, right? So there is no evidence and no fact that was based in the argument that Hoodie Cap said, right? He legit came in flaming hot and said, hey, y'all, maybe. And so what I did was I pointed out the point guard situation, the shooting guard situation, their pace of play, right? I pointed out they had a 20-point per game scorer, and I pointed out his role, right? And then I compared it to Quickly, Elfrid Payton in front of him. If he couldn't, remember I said, if he can't beat out Frank Ntilikina, Austin Rivers, and Elfrid Payton, remember me saying that? Right? And then I looked at the shooting guard position. Remember I pointed out the shooting guard position? I also said we don't have a small forward that can score 20 points a game. I pointed these things out, and those are facts. But Hoodie Cav came in flaming hot with maybes. And you know what? If we change the conversation, have a pivot on the conversation based on some flaming hot maybes, what are we actually doing? What are we talking about? I would expect the video chat to be smarter than that. Like, hey y'all, maybe when I pull bubblegum will come out. No, dog. No, dog. We don't do maybes like that. We don't do maybes like that, dog. The conversation was based on facts.
So you want some facts? Okay, let's
Jack.
dive into the facts between Emmanuel Quickly and Mr. Tyrese Halliburton. The only thing Tyrese Halliburton has, you can say, a legitimate argument about is that Tyrese Halliburton plays about 11 minutes more on average than Emmanuel Quickly. I think Tyrese Halliburton is at 29, almost 30. Emmanuel Quickly at 18, basically 19, right? But here's the thing. So on average, Tyrese Halliburton takes 10.2 field goals a game. Emmanuel Quickly, and this is skewed because I'm pretty sure this doesn't take into account his last month that Emmanuel Quickly's had. Emmanuel Quickly takes 9 shots a game. And we all know that over the last month, Emmanuel Quickly takes more than 9 shots a game. So that's skewed right there.
How is it skewed when it's true?
Yeah, it's an average.
No, because early in the season he wasn't taking as many shots as he is now. So the volume evens out.
So how do y'all say that about? Wait a minute. How do y'all say that?
Didn't he have his career high earlier in the season?
Yeah. And how do you say that about Quickly and then not say it about Tyrese Halliburton? You see what I mean about how the argument gets tilted? There's a pivot?
What about the knock against Halliburton?
Are you saying that Halliburton took the same amount of shots day one as he took in his last game?
I can't answer that.
Right.
And
So why pose the question?
no, I that was a side note. That wasn't a question. I
Okay.
said, as we all know, over the last month, Emmanuel quickly is taking more than 9 shots a game. I can't speak definitively over what
How many shots a game
Tyrese
has he taken
Halliburton.
over the past month?
Oh,
Just a question.
I guarantee it's more than 9.
But I
Let's-
didn't know if you knew the exact number. That's all I was just asking.
But do you believe that he's taking 9 shots a game over this last month?
I was just asking. I know he's a chucker, but I was just asking.
I think what Freezy was saying was that if you look at the scenarios with Sacramento, Halliburton went into a situation where he had a starting point guard already ahead of him, a point guard who already maxed up, has a 5-year deal. Now, if he would have came to New York, Freezy, I think Freezy was saying we're not sure if that would have translated the same way, because coming to New York is a different situation when you have Alfred Payton and Frank and DSJ and you're trying to beat out them, and being the 8th pick, being how New York Knicks fans are, we would have put
the 8th pick.
No. But if the Knicks drafted Halliburton 8, knowing how Knicks fans are, we would have wanted Halliburton starting from the jump and would have had super pressure on him. So I think Freezy was just saying that maybe it wouldn't probably have been the same.
No, because this is what would translate. Okay, this is what would translate. Field goal percentages, right? I think that's something that would translate. So the percentages is Tyrese Halliburton is shooting 48% from the field. Emmanuel quickly shooting 38% from the field. From 3, Emmanuel quickly specialty, he's shooting 38% from 3. While Tyrese Halliburton, who can't get to the hole, is shooting 43%. His 2-point percentage, because again, Tyrese Halliburton can't get to the hole, is shooting 55% from 2. Emmanuel quickly shooting 48%. From a guy who can't, you guys just claim he can't get to the hole.
Wait.
I was
not. So you didn't mention
from across the board.
One of the knocks
you said across the board, but you didn't mention
Tyrese Halliburton.
What about
free percentage?
Free throws.
What
about free throws?
Free throw percentage.
Yeah, that's
Tyrese Halliburton.
That's quick.
Tyrese Halliburton is at 83, and quickly is at 92. So it's not like Tyrese Halliburton.
But you conveniently left that point out. That Emmanuel quickly looks to get to the free throw line so that he can convert at a higher rate than Tyrese Halliburton. So you conveniently left that out of your. So Rob, the knowledgeable Nick, is in the building. What's good, brethren?
What's good? What's
going on, Rob?
Hey, I feel like y'all comparing apples to oranges right here with these two.
That's because y'all point guard trash.
No.
Excuse me?
Y'all don't even know what apples and oranges look like at point guard.
Who y'all starting point guard?
You got prunes. You got prunes over there.
Who y'all starting point guard is again?
DSJ.
No,
DSJ.
No, our
Alfred
starting point guard's
Payton.
name is Tomas Sederansky.
Hey,
and he's backed up.
No, our starting point guard is Kobe White. Stop it.
You're right. Y'all got Uncle Ben's rights at point guard.
If Kobe White was on the Knicks, he'd be starting their point. He'd be starting their point guard right now on the Knicks. Stop the cap.
He would be selling popcorn in Section 3B.
Who? And not if Frankie Ntilikina is still on the roster. Stop the cap.
Kobe White is low key David Fizdale's son.
Right. No doubt. I legit saw Kobe White on.
Hey, look, you can't talk about nobody. Hey, look, man. You can't talk about that when y'all treating y'all legends disrespectfully.
You already know.
They can't come in.
Quiet now.
Hoodie Cab. So I legit saw Kobe White on an episode of Family Matters. Right?
Oh my God!
Remember that show, Family Matters? Hey, Family Matters is based in Chicago, right?
Wait.
Family Matters is based in Chicago, right?
Oh my God!
Wait, SB.
Yeah, what up?
Who's we? You said y'all are disrespecting our legends. The only one I've ever seen disrespect a legend on this panel was Kev talking about John Starks.
When did John Starks become a legend?
He's a Knicks legend. He's a Knicks legend.
John Starks is a Knicks legend, just like Jose Reyes is a Met legend.
Y'all got to stop this.
Talking about point guards.
What? John Starks is a
quality
great
minutes on your roster right
Crazy.
now.
Would you think John Starks is a Knicks legend?
I think so.
Yeah.
But
Hoodie can't think Kevin Knox, a future Knicks legend.
Freezy is biased because his favorite Knick of all time is John Starks. That's like saying Chris Dudley is a Knicks legend.
No, they're not the same caliber player. That's
all right. Mobile. I see Wilson. Dang, I see y'all. Hey, so shout out to everybody in the
chat.
Come on,
Kevin, you can't even say that.
John Starks was at least an all-star one time.
Oh,
He
wow.
came from. He had the Kurt Warner story where he came from nothing and ended up being a legend in New York City.
Right.
The
You
difference
can't
between
ask a Knicks fan. Oh yeah, I
stop.
forgot the great
difference-
Kev has to
hey,
talk
the
for
difference
interrupting. Go
between
ahead,
Kurt
Kev.
Warner, the difference between Kurt Warner and
if you say his name, if you say his name,
and
today,
John
Junior.
Stark.
That's what I thought. Anyway, John Starks had what I'm saying is he was. I'm not saying he was a caliber of Kurt Warner, but he had that story where he came from nothing and actually made something out of himself. And New York loves that story. And the fact that he went up and he wasn't as gifted as a Michael Jordan, and he obviously never beat those guys. What I'm saying, he came up and he had great moments against them. SB can tell you that.
This is how you
gave
know
him a
he's a
fight.
Knick legend. This proves he's a Knick legend. He still works for the Knicks.
and y'all let a Bulls fan come in here and slander a guy, and we legit start turning on each other, like a feeding frenzy in the chum pool. You know what I'm saying? A Bulls fan come in here, they can have a dude on their roster named Otto, right? And they're gonna legit come on the Knicks joint and to be disrespectful towards the Knicks. And Hoodie Kev fell for it. And listen, I love SB. SB is my guy. I'm telling you, legit. When I make it to Chicago, man, we got to link up and go get some steak or something from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But don't come on here and be like, yo, Wendell Carter is something. You know what I'm saying? Daddy is
Otto
young.
Porter's a great contract.
Otto is something. You know what I'm saying? We legit talking. We were having a point guard situation, and he pulled the bait and switch, just like the slick Chicagoans do. That's what they do. They pull the bait and switch. They like, I can't talk.
They take pizza.
About my own.
They take pizza and make it a meatloaf pie, and they call it pizza.
Hey, no,
meatloaf
Chicago
pie,
style
come
pizza
on.
is it. Sorry, I can't do that. I'm a
Man.
foodie, man. I love Chicago style pizza.
It's a casserole.
Yeah, I wouldn't even.
It's a casserole.
Take your ass.
a casserole.
I wouldn't even trade those guys for a bag of rocks.
What was that?
No, I said I wouldn't even trade those guys for a bag of rocks.
Right. Not even for the bag or the rocks. I don't even want the rocks in the bag. It's either you gonna give me Otto Porter and Thaddeus Young for the bag or for the rocks, but you ain't getting both.
I'll take Thaddeus.
Be like semi-pro.
Yeah,
guys, this is Kobe White. We traded the washing machine to get him. So
I thought it was
need to
a
hand
printer.
wash some clothes.
I thought it was a printer. I thought he said, "Okay, my mistake."
It was a washing machine.
My mistake. Man.
We're paying the whole team's Uber bill for next year in order to get him.
Right. And so, listen, man. I ain't trying to be disrespectful to people, teams and stuff, but legit, when fans of other teams come on, they'll legit like poke jabs at our team and think. Y'all ever saw that movie Reservoir Dogs, where people start in the room start pointing guns at each other? You know what I'm saying? As opposed to pointing it at the one person, everybody is like trying to kill somebody but trying to survive at the same time. Nah, man, we ain't gonna do that. This is Knicks, man. We love the Knicks, man. That's why we do this every night, every day. You know what I'm saying? Like the Golden State Warrior fan came on here. We had to shut that mess down. The Brooklyn Nets girl came on here.
/ Toronto Raptors.
/
Golden State Warriors. /
Yeah, we
Rob the
we
Knicks fan /
Right. Yeah, man. This is a Knicks thing, man. And not that we don't enjoy talk from other NBA teams, but you ain't get ready to start getting us to point our guns at each other over some nonsense. We ain't get ready to argue, John Starks is a legend or not. When we was talking about Kobe White, that's the bait and switch. You know what I'm saying? That's the bait and switch. So shout out to SB. That's our guy. But we ain't about to slander John Starks, just to save Kobe White. I mean, what kind of witness protection hustling backwards thing is that?
Yeah, and for all the Spanish people out there, Kobe White is basura.
Yeah. Hey, and so we were talking about Tyrese Halliburton, right? And Hoodie Cav came in and with the Thor-like hammer, came in to smash the Emmanuel Quickly is not better than the Emmanuel Quickly is not better than Tyrese Halliburton thing. And the first thing he said, well, wait a minute.
I agree with that though.
He takes more shots and he plays more minutes. Well, dog, if he plays more minutes and he takes more shots, wouldn't you think he would score more points if he was halfway decent? So what's the argument there? Emmanuel Quickly plays 10, 11 less minutes and takes less shots, but you want to compare points per game. That's the convenient argument. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying I got the biggest wiener in the room, but I'm the only boy in here. You know what I'm saying? I got the biggest wiener, but I'm the only man in here. I mean, come on, man. I mean,
Hey, Freezy, can I
both
say
players
something?
coming off the bench though, right?
Freezy, can I say something on that
Yeah.
to agree with you? To put
On the
KD
biggest
in
wiener or
front?
on the Knicks?
Hey, look, check this out, Kev. Hey, y'all, let me get this off, y'all.
I need to know.
go
Go ahead, Rob.
Hey, look, you got to also look at it like this here. Halliburton is playing on the team with the worst defense in the league. So therefore, the whole team's plays on one side of the ball. And then he plays with two shooters that can shoot from three, so he would be a third option. There's nobody keying in on him. If he was on the New York Knicks, he would be keyed in at a whole different level than he is out there with Sacramento. So that makes a difference in his shooting percentage. Because he's more open with less responsibilities.
Right.
So to say that he's automatically better than Quickly is not a legitimate statement, because it's like they said, it's two different situations, and the circumference of the team is different. If you're a third option versus when Quickly comes in, Quickly is pretty much the number one option on that second unit. And then when he comes in on the first unit, when he plays with Randall, he's going to be the number 3 option, but it's less better outside shooting.
Right.
So Quickly's percentage versus Halliburton is a total different thing to be watching. You cannot even bring that up when you're really talking about the two, unless he was playing for the New York Knicks, which we all know he would not be shooting 48% in the East.
Right.
But in the West, on a team that's dominated with only offense, the coach doesn't even talk about the other side of the ball.
Right.
So you see more of Halliburton on the offensive side of the ball. So it fools you in your eyes of what you're really looking at, because the team is not expected to do anything on the defensive end, which is though if he was in New York, Tibbs wouldn't probably even play him,
right?
Because he plays no D.
But the whole point is this, though. You just said that he's a third option and Quickly got a whole unit where he runs and he's the first option. So that means offensive game should be better because he's a whole off. Because they both come off the bench. Then you still got to think about this.
No.
He coming in with Fox who got the ball, Buddy Hield who has the ball.
But look,
Harrison Barnes who shoots the ball.
But look, when you're a first option, you got to know what the definition of a first option is. Defenses are paying more attention to you.
Right.
That's a first option. Halliburton is not a first option. He's a third option, so there's less people on defense paying attention to him. Therefore, he gets more open shot.
Right.
Hill and Fox gets more command of a defense than Halliburton is going to ever get. So when you look at Quickly as a first option, it's a total different look. More people are coming at Quickly.
So you fought in him. So you fought in him because his team has more talent at the guard position than the Knicks.
I'm not faulting him. I'm letting you know why he's shooting 48% from the field.
It's not even also that too. It's that they're also one of the top. They're a lot better offensively than we are, as far as pace goes.
From the outside.
And so if you look at like shooting, like with the Knicks, it's Julius Randle and then pretty much everybody else. And RJ Barrett is like the second option, not too consistent. But everybody. Julius has to work for his shots, obviously, but everybody else, we're challenged talent wise. So you have to work for shots harder than Halliburton has to work for his shots in Sacramento. You're going to get a lot more ball movement, a lot more pace. You're going to get a lot more open shots, and that's just how it is. I mean, if he was in a free flowing like pace offense where he got a ton of wide open shots and he didn't have to chuck to get his up like he does, his shot percentage would be a lot better.
Hey, Coach Zach, let me do this real quick. So Coach Zach and Spreewell, the American Dream, have their own channel, do their own shows and such. And so we want to kind of plug them and see if we can get the link to their stuff in the chat. We want to make sure that we continue to grow, to support the family, right? And so what we want to, hey, Coach Zach, what we want you to do is put your link in the chat, right? And then that way we can drive y'all some subscribers, you know what I'm saying, if possible. And also have you talk a little bit about what y'all are doing that is different from everybody else, and why we should check y'all out.
Oh man, I appreciate it. I mean, it's called Spree and Z. It's all caps. Spree, SPREE, space, the letter N, space, Z. We're just doing a weekend thing. We're trying to do it during the day, around lunchtime, 12, 1 o'clock we start. We're going to wrap up the week. We're going to talk about the week in Knicks basketball. We're going to talk about all of basketball, the NBA, college, maybe a little bit of high school, do a little bit of coaching philosophy here and there. We're going to talk about some football, baseball. I mean, it's not just the Knicks. It's going to be a little bit of everything. Everybody's welcome. Love to have you guys and appreciate the support and appreciate the plug, Freezy.
Yeah, well, you did your own plug. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying like you allowed me to, you know what I mean? You said that, so.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate
I'm gonna find the link and then
I put it in the
appreciate
chat.
it, bro. I would, but I'm not on my laptop. I'm on my phone.
Oh, you put it in the
my
chat.
fiance
Already?
uses
Yeah,
my
I put it in the chat
using
already.
the laptop right now. She's doing schoolwork, so
Okay.
can't get away in the boss's college.
I wanna say something to Rob.
Oh, here we go.
Rob just came at us with some stuff that wasn't even true when he said that Tyrese Halliburton wouldn't be shooting 48% because he would be playing in the East, which is complete nonsense. Let me tell you why that's complete nonsense. 7 of the top 10 teams in defense are in the Western Conference. And not only that, let me make sure I know this. 3 of the top 10 teams in defense are in the same division that Tyrese Halliburton plays in. So to sit here and say that Tyrese Halliburton wouldn't be shooting 48% from the field because he plays in the West, because I guess that means nobody in the West plays defense, is ridiculous. Because
No, that's not why I said
of the
it,
top
Kev.
10 teams in
That's not why I
defense.
said it. It wasn't about the defense.
Then
It
why'd
wasn't
you make
about
it?
the
Then why'd you make
the
the
reason
comment?
why I said it was because if he came to the East, he would no longer be a number 3 option. He'll be a number 1 like quickly, and then the defense will be on him more.
Okay, I got a question though.
Why would he be a number 1 option just because he came to the Eastern Conference?
Because
Hold on.
he's playing with 2 because he would like pretty much be in Quickly's place.
But the best rookie in the league plays in the Eastern Conference right now. Let me a little ball, and he's in the Eastern Conference. That don't make no sense.
It has nothing to do with the defense. It has something to do with the position he will be put in coming to the East.
Who the top down lockdown that point guard in the East?
Hey, no, I'm Chicago. Listen to what I'm saying.
He's really a Knicks fan, or else he wouldn't be on here all the time.
Look, listen.
Support the
Get
show.
my point first. This is my point. He will no longer be a number 3 option as he was on the Knicks, because our talent will put him, because we would draft him at number 8, like y'all said. So therefore, we had a need at that guard position. So put him in Quickly spot. So automatically, he will go from a number 3 option from being in with the Kings to being a number 1 option in the second unit, what would change the defensive coverage that he will receive. Not to say whose a team is better, what's going to make his offense suffer is the coverage of the way they're going to cover him now. That's what's going to make him suffer. It has nothing to do with
Let me put my jacket on. People disrespecting my gangster real quick.
I really don't believe that's the case, because
disrespecting your gangster.
I get it. It's laundry day for me as well, SB.
Just
It's laundry
playing,
day
bro.
for me as well, bro.
I like the one to the left.
That's a fly jacket.
I like the Yankee one. That's about it.
Yeah, man, disrespect me now.
Okay, so
I love this show. I support, but
so here's the thing, Rob. If you're saying in the East because you're, I guess, switching Emmanuel Quickly and Tyrese Halliburton, I still think Tyrese Halliburton will still be shooting the same. To be honest with you, I think our offense on the second unit will probably be more efficient with Tyrese Halliburton than it would be with Emmanuel Quickly, because we all know Emmanuel Quickly gonna come down there and he's gonna chuck that ball up. Well, I think the offense.
Long as you take into consideration that he's no longer a number 3, that he's going to be a number 1, and you still thinking he's going to be shooting 48% again.
Is Emmanuel Quickly a number 1 because he just chucks up shots?
Yeah, but I understand what Rob is saying, because when what's his name, the point guard for Sacramento, goes down the lane, he kicks it out.
I got a question.
He gets open shots. Quickly doesn't have that on the team.
They're
trying to do that with Rose. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question. How can you be a number 1 anywhere else and you a backup until Alfred Payton? What are you talking about?
It's not even that. Hold on.
He's not even starting on the Knicks.
Y'all, open your
Hold on,
ears. It
hold
said
on.
number one off the bench.
I
Off the bench.
don't think Emmanuel Quickly
Halliburton is number one off the bench for Sacramento too.
I didn't say his take was right. I was just saying he's number one off the bench. He didn't say number one option on the team.
I don't believe that Emmanuel Quickly is a number one option. I think he's a number one option by default because he has the ball and he's going to chuck up the shot.
Well, then therefore he's a number one option.
It's kind of by default.
But still, he's the number one option.
Tibbs is giving him the green light, so it's not by default.
Tibbs gives anyone the green light other than Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson is the only player that doesn't have the green light. Literally, I think everyone else.
Obi Toppin's that. Ask Obi Toppin's that.
I think Obi Toppin can take any shot he wants to take.
No, he can't.
Obi Toppin can take.
Yeah,
any
he
shot
shoots 3-pointers whenever he wants.
Obi Toppin can take any shot he wants to take.
He shoots 3 shots a game.
But he still
He only gets 10 minutes.
If he wants to take it, he'll take it. He doesn't hesitate in anything. If Obi Toppin wants to shoot the ball, Obi Toppin
Knox is the only one who shoots and looks at the bench.
Who?
Knox is the only one that shoots and looks at the bench.
Knox
is because he don't play no D.
I think Knox has the green light. Everyone has the green light except for Mitchell Robinson.
Look, that's another point that I made. If Halliburton didn't play no D, he wouldn't be in the game anyway. On Tibbs' team.
Quickly doesn't really play any D.
Who says Tyrese Halliburton doesn't play defense?
Yeah, Tyrese Halliburton's a solid defender.
The team is not a solid defender. No, he's not.
Hold
on. No, don't do that. Because you can be a good defensive player on a bad defensive team.
Obi Toppin's a terrible defender on a good defensive team.
Yeah, exactly. Just because you can have bad defensive players on a good defensive team.
Hey,
don't do that, Rob.
Didn't quickly cook him for 25 points the last time we faced.
Yes. Head to head. 25 points for Quickly, 17 points for Halliburton. What are we really talking about?
And now he's a solid defender.
What are we talking about?
I mean, defenders can have bad games just like shooters, just like Quickly can have a 4 for 15
Pull up
day.
Halliburton's stats. I haven't even looked at his defensive stats. But
Rob, can I support your argument, bro?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Hey, so what Hoodie Cab said, and for some reason, Hoodie Cab is coming in low and hot tonight. He's spraying the battlefield with missiles and stuff, right?
I'm like Ebony Maw tonight.
I noticed. So here's the thing that you missed, Kev, when you mentioned those stats that you mentioned, because what you mentioned were convenient stats, right? So you can be ranked high in defensive efficiency and still give up a ton of points, right? So what happened is in a case where say the Lakers and the Clippers are ranked high defensively, it doesn't mean that the Kings are going to score less points per se because of their pace of play, right? Like the Knicks defense was ranked 4th in defensive rating, right? And last night we gave up 134 points, which is above the league average, right? But for somebody just looking at stats, they would say, well, but the Knicks are ranked 4th, right? But the Bucks scored 134 points on us, and they are not the only team that has eclipsed the 120, 125, 130 mark against us, right? So what we want to deal with is facts. Like if we want to bring some arguments to the table, we want to make sure that we bring facts to the table. And I'm not picking on Kev. What I'm saying is that sometimes we use convenient statistics because it supports an argument instead of thinking about what type of information that we're going to dispense to the chat. And shout out to the chat, by the way. I see y'all.
So I'm very confused by that. Are you saying the Knicks aren't a good defensive team because we gave up 134 points to the Bucks?
Hold up, Kev. If you think about it, that went against Rob because Rob did say that Halliburton gave up 25 to Quickly, so that means he's not a good defender.
No, I said
so the defense got teams that are good at defense or players that are good at defense have a high defense rating can still have games where they give up a lot of points. Right. It's going to happen.
I've never said. I said this. I said Halliburton wasn't a good defender. He was on a team that didn't play good defense either. And then I showed the point that even when when the two rookies faced each other, that he got 25 put up on him. 17 was on Halliburton.
Right.
Yeah, what I'm saying is good
Just
defenders
face
can
the
have off
fact.
nights, and there's good
But
defenders
look,
on bad defensive teams.
what are you? What are you?
And by the way, the Knicks weren't the only team that passed on Halliburton.
Oh, NEC is in the building. What's
What up?
good?
What up? Yeah, what's up, bro? There were 3 other teams that passed on Halliburton too. You know what I'm saying? Phoenix passed on him. Who was after us? Washington passed on him.
Yeah.
So you know,
I mean,
the Knicks weren't the only one.
You can say 11 teams passed on him. I mean,
But-
it's not it's 3, 11.
but
He
this-
was 12.
Okay.
That means 11 other teams passed on Tyrese Halliburton.
13 teams
Yeah,
passed
I mean,
on Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, he should have been
because he can't make his own shot.
No, but this was the other thing I gotta understand.
I really,
with this, though.
hold on. I really, when I say I hate that statement, I swear I hate that statement with all my passion. Good God, I hate when someone says he can't make his own shot.
He can't.
Any NBA player can make their own shot.
The man.
That's why.
We ain't gonna go that
that.
far with it. We ain't gonna go that far with it. But you're right though. But we ain't gonna
Obi
go that far.
Toppin can't make his own
A
shot.
lot of if they go to any open gym, yes, they can make any shot. But in the league, it's different.
The man been to the free throw line 12 times.
But no,
hold on. What does having to go to the free throw line have to do with you making the shot or not?
No, listen
Because
to
you're
what
trying to initiate contact.
Can't create your own shot is what he's saying.
He plays 10 minutes more than quickly because he shoots open jump shots. Because he got 2 shooters on the floor, a third option. He doesn't drive to the basket at all.
Hold on. Let me get this straight. I want everyone to listen to what I'm about to say. Rob just said he takes wide open shots, so he doesn't have to create his own shot. And so your argument, literally just came out your mouth and said that.
No, Kev, you said it wrong. What I said was he gets open shots and he doesn't go to the basket. That's what I said.
If I'm wide open, why do I need to go to the basket?
That's what I'm saying. His environment with 2 shooters on the ball as a third option gives him open shot.
So because he's open does not mean that he can't create his own shot. Because the environment around him has induced open shots for him.
He doesn't shoot with a hand in his face because 2 other players take the pressure off him. He gets open shots. That's why he's shooting 48% from the field. Now, you put him on the Knicks, he will not have that luxury. He will not have that luxury. Somebody will be on him because he will not
single shot that he's taken. Here's my thing: you don't shoot. What is it? I want to make sure I get it. What was it? What did I say? What is he shooting from 2? Not 3.
48% from the field, 43% from 3.
So he's shooting 48% from 2. From 2. He's getting wide open 2-point shots.
Yes, he doesn't go to the basket.
Hey, so
people in the league taking that many, that many mid-range shots.
The most important, you know what the most important stat is? The most important stat is W, right? How has Sacramento been impacted by W's with the addition of Tyrese Halliburton? Because if they're on a slower pace to get W's than they were last year, then I don't care about Tyrese Halliburton shooting wide open 18-footers. I can care less.
I'm just having a hard time.
I feel like why is this an argument?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the talking points from the argument. So is it that he's the first option off the bench, or is he the third option on the team? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't
understand that part. Because how can somebody be the third option on the team, but he's the first option off the bench? So if he's coming off the bench, he's the first option to shoot.
Who? Halliburton?
Yeah, no, Halliburton.
I actually thought that the point was why we didn't take Halliburton at 8 over Obi.
No one's saying that Quickly is better than Halliburton. I'm saying
it.
Oh, I'll shut up then.
No, I'm saying it, but I'm in the minority. So I'm in that dumb and proud category. You know what I'm saying? So I'm the loud minority. I'm here to tell you that if Manuel think about this. Y'all are saying that Emmanuel Quickly has a quick trigger on a team that plays the slowest pace in the NBA. Can you imagine what that quick trigger would be like
Sacramento.
In the fastest pace in the NBA, with more shot opportunities and more minutes.
He'll probably be scoring about 18 points a game.
Right. That's my point. My point is these numbers that we're comparing these two are skewed because one player plays on the fastest or one of the fastest paces in the NBA, and the other one plays on the slowest pace in the NBA. And we're comparing them.
That's why it's always hard to do that comparison of players. You know, that's why that argument is like there's always a circle. There's no win to that argument.
Right. And the other dude has a legit point guard that can create shots for a dude that can't create shots for himself. And the other dude has Elfrid Payton.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, I understand what
They're going to stop talking about Star-Lord like that.
Hey, Star-Lord is the worst Avenger.
Wow, what a nickname. Star-Lord.
Star-Lord is the worst Avenger. Star-Lord is the worst.
Nah, that's Taserface, bro. That's not even Star. That's Taserface.
Oh, wow. Well, okay. So Hector, when I said in about 30 minutes, I wanted to talk about a topic, right? So the media and ESPN is the culprit, right? ESPN is the culprit. The media. Oh, let me say this real quick. So if y'all hadn't done so, man, subscribe to the channel, man. Like the live stream, give us some thumbs up, man, so that we can get in front of more people, so the conversations will be more robust. We looking to build the Lawrence Tears brand and family. So that, because it's not just about me, it's a collection of us that work behind the scenes to provide y'all dope content, because we know Knicks fans don't generally get the content that they deserve. So we're trying to work on providing y'all with that. So smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, join the virtual chat, join the video chat, share this on your social media platform so that we can continue to grow. But the topic that I wanted to get to is Brooklyn versus New York. I want to talk about the Brooklyn Nets versus the Nets. I mean, Brooklyn versus the Knicks, right? And I don't want to get into it first. I want to hear like what y'all takes off first.
I'm gonna say,
go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna say I'll bet they chant better than y'all. They got definitely that Brooklyn chant cold. I ain't gonna lie, they got a nice chant. So they got y'all beat off that. If we checking anything off the list first.
Right.
Yo, SB, you from Chicago though, right? So
I'm from Chicago. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna ask you this: what's more respected in Chicago? And you could go back 10 years before they even won the World Series: the Cubs or the White Sox?
It's pretty much even because people on the South.
No, it's not. You're full of it,
bro.
Do you not know how crazy the Cubs fans are?
That's what I'm saying. The Cubs, there's more respect for the Cubs than the White Sox.
There's a lot of White Sox fans. It's even, bro. It's even out here. It's even.
So I have cousins. I have cousins that live in the Chicagoland area, right? And they like, yo, it's either Cubs or Tigers. That's the stuff they saying. Now I don't know how true it is because I don't live there. Right?
No, it's either you on either side of the spectrum when it comes to the Cubs or the Sox, but you're gonna be on one side. But no, the Sox got their fan base too because they be rowdy too, and the Cubs fans they don't be playing at all too.
Oh, definitely North Side, South Side, yeah, definitely.
I think like if you want to be like who act like the closest fan base to act like Knicks fans is definitely the Cubs. They like y'all delusional and be going crazy once they be finding little women. Yeah, the Cubs.
You say that as if you're a White Sox fan.
No, I'm a Yankees fan.
Speaking of the Yankees, who's more respected, the Yankees or the Mets?
The Yankees. What type of dumb question is that?
There you go. That's what we're trying to say.
So here's it.
That's comparing steak to a cheeseburger.
Y'all are respected because y'all living off a legend of 100-year-old championships. That's what y'all doing.
You're living off a legend.
That's what y'all doing.
What are the
what have fans done?
He's delusional.
They living off legends.
But it's not even living off. It's not even living off.
When the last time the Mets won?
The Mets won.
When's the last time the Mets won a World
90 years ago.
How many championships?
When they had Murderers Road.
Hold on. How many championships has the Yankees won since the Mets won the World Series?
The Nets are you comparing this like the Lakers versus the Clippers. You the little brother in town.
The little.
Like
we can be the little brother, but guess what? We have the richest owner now. So stuff's about to change around here.
It's okay now to buy championships, but it wasn't okay when the Yankees did it.
Exactly.
Buying championships? Who's
Stop
buying
the cap.
championships?
He's not the richest owner.
Our third baseman is J.D. Davis. Who's buying championships?
You just said it. Well,
Hey,
we got
but
the richest owner now.
I got a question for y'all though. So
delusional.
I got a question for y'all in the panel, especially since y'all from New York. So in the narrative for a while was when nobody wasn't coming to New York, nobody didn't want to play in New York. You know, nobody didn't want to come there. But now, as you see, people would come to New York, but they went to the Nets. So what do you think is the problem with the Knicks? Is it still Dolan or what is it?
It's definitely Dolan, but it's a difference of playing on Atlantic Avenue and playing on Broadway.
Right. No, yeah.
There's a big difference. Like I grew up in that area, 3 or 4 blocks from where the Garden is from, by St. James and Atlantic Ave. There's a big difference of hanging out on Atlantic Ave and hanging on Broadway. Anybody in the chat who's from New York City could attest to that.
I heard the Nets in the hood though, like the stadium in the middle of the hood. That's true?
It's literally like 2 blocks away from some P's. So from the PJs that's right there that used to be New York City housing, but it got brought out, and it's literally right around the corner. Yeah, it's literally like in the hood. It's not that far from what used to be Bed-Stuy. Now it's Clinton Hills because gentrification.
Oh damn.
Both spots in New York are better to play in than Chicago.
Stop the cap.
Now, there's one thing I can say though. Like
talk about them Jets and them Giants. We ain't gonna do that now.
Hold on, what?
Well,
wait! Don't do that.
Here's the okie doke. We don't want to fall for the okie doke in this conversation because it's flat out. Who is more relevant, Brooklyn or New York? Because we could talk Cubs and White Sox, we could talk Mets and Yankees, but at the end of the day, it still comes down to the question is what franchise is the most relevant?
Is we talk from a fan base or globally?
But wouldn't fan base be globally?
Yeah, you can use whichever one you want, right? But you can use whichever one y'all want. But to me, in my opinion, the question is a simple one. Like we can add conjecture and be subjective, but certain facts are what they are. A 500 Knicks team is going to control the city over a team with 3 Hall of Famers and a team that might win the NBA championship.
Yeah. I'm going to say, the better way to answer the question is which champion, if whatever team win the championship, which one will hold more weight? I think the Knicks championship will hold way more weight than the Nets
definitely.
will.
Oh, 100%.
It's different. Yeah, that's your question right there.
And there's a difference too, because like, even if the Mets were to win a World Series this year, the Mets winning a World Series would still hold more weight than the Nets.
Now you're talking delusional, Hector.
No. I'm just saying because the Mets has always been the little engine that could, and always had a rock solid fan base since they came in. They took over for the Dodgers fan base after the Dodgers left.
The Dodgers and the Giants.
Yeah, so the Mets, their colors,
exactly.
I was just about to say that. It's the reason why it's blue and orange because it's a combination of the Brooklyn Dodgers and the New York Giants. You know, that's why Citi Field right now, it's like how Ebbetsville used to look, that's how they try to mold it, like the outside of it.
In homage.
Yeah. So the Mets have somewhat of a tradition coming from the Dodgers and the Giants. The Nets don't. They're from Jersey. Like they're literally just from across the water. They have no ties to New York City whatsoever.
Hey, can I get 30 seconds to diss the Brooklyn Nets franchise?
Go ahead.
Y'all mind if I do
30
that?
seconds.
I mean, this is your platform, dude.
Give you 5 minutes.
So for one, let's not pretend that the Brooklyn Nets moved here from Denver, Colorado. Let's not pretend that the Brooklyn Nets moved here from Seattle, Washington, right? Let's not pretend that the Brooklyn Nets moved here from Phoenix, Arizona. The Brooklyn Nets moved here from New Jersey via Long Island. They were legit in the New York tri-state area the whole time. They didn't move here from Atlanta, Georgia. They played in Nassau Coliseum on Long Island and they sucked, right? They moved to the Meadowlands in New Jersey, 40 minutes from my house by car, right? And they sucked. And they had their little rise to fame. You know, they could have won the championship, but they didn't because they fell over backwards into a championship run when the East was down and they still couldn't win, right? Let's not act like Brooklyn moved here from Mars They moved from Long Island, New York, to East Rutherford, New Jersey, to Newark, New Jersey, to Brooklyn. Right? They didn't move here from St. Louis. They have been in the New York metropolitan area the whole time. And during that time, during these 50 plus years, they have been the little brother. Right? The Knicks franchise, on the other hand, who have had maybe less success overall since 1946, but the Knicks have been just about in the same place the whole time. And the fans of the Knicks don't waver and they don't run. When we bad, we get in your face and say we bad. When we good, we get in your face and guess what? We say we good. We walk it, we talk it. This is in our blood. I'm talking to you live on a channel called Lawrence Tears, named after the pain and heartbreak of the ups and downs of the New York Mets and the New York Knicks. Right? Brooklyn, on the other hand, they moved around. We're not getting enough love out on Long Island by ourselves, so we're gonna move to East Rutherford, New Jersey. Right?
You see what Anthony D says?
Bam.
No, he said one step further, Freezy. They were the Syracuse Nets.
Right. They still right. Come on. Let's not act like this Nets franchise moved here from Roswell, New Mexico.
Are you trying to say, Freezy, that they did not land on Plymouth Rock?
Plymouth Rock landed on us. You know what I'm saying? Let's not act like this Brooklyn franchise is a startup franchise. It's a new franchise, right? They're not new. They have retired numbers like Dr. J's number 32, right? They have retired numbers. They've been around the block. And guess what? They still suck. They were looking for identity then, and they're looking for an identity now, right? Building a new fancy building and saying you've arrived does not get it. It's like the nerd buying the fancy sports car, right? Okay, nerd, you rich. You bought the fancy sports car. Now what? Now what? You got the Lamborghini, right? But you still the nerd. Now what? Right? But the Knicks have been here the entire time. The Nets, the Rochester, Long Island, New Jersey, Newark, Brooklyn, whatever you want to call them, Nets, right? They don't have the moment like the Starks dunk. You know what I'm saying? On Jordan and everybody, right?
So you're saying they've been passed around the tri-state area like a Kardashian?
Yes, is what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, this new assault on the media by the Nets is nothing new. It's the same old 10-year cycle. Every 10 years, they want to, hey, look, we traded for Paul Pierce. Hey, look, we traded for Dr. J. And every 10 or so years, they do the same thing, and they think a different generation is not going to understand the okie doke. All flash and no substance.
You pointed it out. They went back-to-back NBA finals, and there's like
and you don't even remember.
You don't even remember those teams. There's no ceremony for those teams. There's no like Nets biography, video, cassette tape for them teams. None of that.
Those seasons don't even have a nickname.
They weren't even in 2K. Those teams aren't even in 2K as the Nets' best team. Like
Pepperidge Farm doesn't even remember those finals runs.
Right. Oh my God. A band of elephants. A band of elephants can't even remember that championship, right? And but yet, you know, we're like, oh my God, Brooklyn has 3 Hall of Famers. You know, what are they gonna do? Hey, I remember the last time they had 3 Hall of Famers. What did they do then? They had a Paul Pierce, a Kevin Garnett, a Darren Williams, a Brooke Lopez. They had all that stuff on the team, and they were like,
Gerald Wallace.
Gerald Wallace. This is a super team. Okay. Super meaning what? The definition of super must have taken a hit over the years. Super must just mean good now.
Who's the coach? Do you remember who the coach of that team was?
Man, I don't even remember the Brooklyn. No, I don't remember none of that stuff.
David Fizdale, probably.
Probably David Fizdale. Probably.
He got Paul Pierce and KG there. That's what he's good for.
Yeah, and so what I'm telling you is that this franchise that we love, this Knicks franchise, that we love, we may not have all the shiny stuff as other franchises. Like we don't have as many championships as the Bulls, right? We
Facts.
don't have it. We don't have as many championships as the Lakers. You know, we don't have an all-time great like a Magic Johnson, a Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? We never had that guy. We had guys that were really, 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 really good. Like a
Y'all had
Clyde,
some greats.
like
Y'all
a
got some
Clyde
greats.
Frazier.
We
You know
got
what I'm saying?
Spike.
But Clyde Frazier is not Michael Jordan.
Facts.
Clyde Frazier is not Wilt Chamberlain. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So we missed out on some stuff, but we are still here, right? So over the legit, we won 17 games 2 years ago. We won 21 games last year, and YouTube had a surge in Knicks content creators.
Even with
By the way,
even
the coach for that team was Jason Kidd.
oh God, I forgot.
Oh,
That's when he spilled the drink on the court for the extra timeout. You're right. Yeah, but even with last year coming into the season, the Knicks is still valued as a #1 franchise in basketball.
Number one.
Even with the laughter that's been the past 20 years, minus that one season that we won 50 games, even with all that, we're still the #1 value, like higher than Golden State after they had that dynasty.
But the problem is this though. When you have your team valued that high, or when your team is that high, the owner looks at this and be like, because people we forget. We want the team, we want all our teams to be good. We look at the fan base, but basketball is still a business. Like perfect example with the Bulls. We was like top 5 in attendance, but we losing. The owner looking like, I ain't gonna spend no money, I'm making money. Why am I getting the team better?
But he also owned the White Sox, right?
He on the White Sox too,
Yeah, but the difference there is that the Garden's always going to sell out. So you could have an owner that may want to be cheap. The Garden was still selling out. The difference is that
y'all gotta not come.
It's not even, bro. You don't understand. It's not even
that's
Knicks fans. It's random ass tourists that come from like Europe and stuff, bro. That majority, like they go to the box office, and if the tickets don't sell out, the box office got to sell them for half the price they are, and that's how they make their money.
And so SB, the thing about the New York tri-state area that people in other metropolitan areas cannot understand, and I mean all of them. I mean Los Angeles, California, Atlanta, Georgia, Miami, Florida, Houston, Texas. What people don't understand is that being a Knicks fan is almost like a religion. You know what I'm saying? Like my uncles and them used to roll up these joints, dog. They used to be so small. They used to look like lollipop sticks, right? And they'd be smoking or whatever, right? And all they talked about was the Knicks, right? They ain't talk about the Yankees and nobody talk about the Knicks. They talk about Windmill Field should be starting over Dave DeBusschere Wash. You know what I'm saying? Man, but DeBusschere washed up. Windmill Field go at least using 6 fouls. And so SB, might know Windmill Field as Coach Phil Jackson. That's what you would know him as, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is it's a religion, bro. And I'll never forget the day Clyde Frazier got traded, right? This is how I found out. My teacher comes in the classroom and slams the newspaper down on the thing and turns his back to us. And I look at it. I'm like, yo. And this is young Uncle Freezy, right? I'm shorty.
Nephew Freezy at the time.
I was Uncle Freezy, man. I earned my name in the streets.
Oh yeah, you been Uncle.
Yeah. So I look at my teacher. I'm like, Mr. Williams, what the hell wrong with you? You don't act like this. And he's like, Uncle Freezy, I ain't got time for this today. And I'm like, but Mr. Williams, you never act like this. You're the nice teacher. He's like, Uncle Freezy, get out of my face. Go get some of that arts and grab that math scrap paper and y'all draw for the next 52 minutes. And I'm like, 52 minutes? I'm looking around like, how he know how long the class lasts? But then it dawned on me, he the teacher. He knows exactly, how long it is between his smoke break. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, Mr. Williams, he's like, Uncle Freezy, I don't want to hear it. Right? And I'm like, yo, what's the matter? And so he sent me outside to clap erasers. Right? And if you're not old enough to Rob the Nick, do you know what clapping erasers is? Do you remember how do you know what clapping erasers is? Remember how on the chalkboard, you know what I'm saying, you draw with the chalk or whatever, and then they send you outside to clap, and they were like, and don't clap these erasers on the building either. Clap them in the air. So I'm outside clapping erasers, right? And the gym teachers out there, and like I hear them cuss. And like these is dudes I look up to, right? The gym teacher, yo, we love PE. You know what I'm saying? We love gym. He out there, Mr. Smith, like, I can't believe them MFers traded Clyde Frazier. And I'm like, what'd you say? Right? I run back inside the building. Mr. Williams like, yo, Uncle Freezy, where my erasers at? And I look at him, and the room started getting hot, right? And I'm sweating, right? And I feel like my heart started pounding real fast. And he like, they didn't tell you, did they? And I was like, Mr. Williams, what's going on? He said, Uncle Freezy, sit down. And so I sit down, me and my homeboys sit down in the corner. It's about 7 to 8 of us. It's like Jermaine and Keith, Uncle Freezy, and a few other shorties, right? He said that today or recently, the Knicks traded Clyde Frazier to the Cleveland Cavaliers. And I'll never forget, we bust out crying. I'm talking about tears. I'm talking about Lawrence tears before I knew what to name them. Back then, I didn't call them Lawrence tears. I ain't gonna lie to you. They was real human tears back then. But over the years, they became Lawrence tears. But that was the first time in my life that my heart was legit broken by sports. I was trying to ask Mr. Williams, how could they trade Clyde Frazier? I'm like, how could they trade Clyde Frazier? I'm trying to ask him, but you know how little kids cry. When little kids be hurt, they soul be hurt. They be doing that. They be doing the I couldn't. And so he trying to get me to go back in the back of the classroom and draw. And I started trying to write a letter to the Knicks. Please get Clyde Frazier back. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little shorty. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You talking to somebody that's like 7 to 8 years old, man, about 7 to 8. Yeah, but yeah. You talking to somebody about 7 to 8 years old about their hero getting traded to a place you ain't never heard of in your life. Where the hell is Cleveland, Ohio? Where is Cleveland, Ohio? And why did y'all send our hero there?
You know, right? SB, you ain't never gonna get a story like Freezy just said from a Nets fan.
And bro,
you ain't never gonna be like, you guys didn't have to be here for the Rex Chapman years. Well, you guys didn't have to be here for the PJ Brown years.
Why did they trade on?
You know what I'm saying?
Bro, we legit
these stories have been cultivated for years and years and years and years. If we've been Balarange tearing for years and years and years.
But we just didn't know what to call it.
That's why Brooklyn will never overtake the city.
Right, because we legit go outside. Man, we would go. Y'all remember? Hey. So I'm gonna date myself a little bit. So back in the day, when we were little, we were shorties. We didn't have all the tech that we have now, like the Suma thermal insulated gloves. We used to wear mittens. Like nowadays, kids wear these Gore-Tex super thermal insulated gloves to put on their hands to prevent them from getting frostbite. We used to wear mittens, bro. Mittens.
Bernie Sanders still wears mittens.
Right. and so we didn't have like the Department of Public Works coming to our street to shovel the snow off. And we wanted to play ball and it was 20 degrees. Guess what we had to do? We had to shovel the snow off the court so that we could play. I used to steal my grandmother's salt. I used to steal her table salt right off the table, Morton's, and take it outside. And guess what? And I used to meet my homeboy Keith from across the street, and guess what he had in his hand? His mama red box of salt, Morton's. And we used to pour that salt on the court and try to brush it off so we could play. And so we used to emulate. I was Clyde, he was Earl the Pearl. You know what I'm saying? That's why Brooklyn will never overtake the Nets. Because it wasn't just Uncle Freezy. I didn't start this Knicks fandom. But there was a million kids in the New York tri-state area just like me at around that age that loved stuff like Clyde Frazier being so smooth, going to the hole with them Pumas on, with the game-winning shot over some team that you couldn't point them out on the map, but Clyde did it anyway. And he looked good doing it. Not only was he great, but he looked good doing it. And that's the reason why the Bulls fans love Michael Jordan. Because the Bulls fans have always had scorers. They had Bob Love and all them cats, but they didn't have dudes that could do it easily and look good doing it. That's the reason why they love Jordan, right? If they had traded Jordan in 93 or 94, Bulls fans would have been crying those same tears that I was crying, those born tears when we traded Clyde Frazier. And Brooklyn don't give you that. Brooklyn gives you something clinical. Brooklyn, like, yeah, we just traded, got all the best guys in the universe. We're going to put them all in one team and hope we win a championship. That's Brooklyn.
With the Knicks in the 80s, especially like when they had Michael Ray Richardson, like that was like an exciting time to be a Knicks fan. Like, yeah, you know, it wasn't like winning or anything like that, but it's like it was exciting because you didn't know if like if players were going to get arrested for gambling or players were going to like pass out from drug overdoses and stuff. Like that was an exciting time. You know, he dropped 40 points one time being high out of his mind. Like I love, like, you know, I'm not trying to throw shade on him or make fun of him, but his interviews after his playing career, it's just, he makes them funny, you know, even though it's a painful experience, he's saying he laughs on it, but that was an exciting time as well. The history is just so rich with the team.
Right. Yo, I remember, and I'm gonna say this, man, and I promise you I'm gonna be quiet so y'all can eat. But I remember being told a month in advance to be ready to take pictures with Michael Ray Richardson and Mike O'Koren. Right? Michael O'Koren was from Jersey City. He went to the University of North Carolina, and I think he played for the Nets. Right? But and he went, I think he went to my high school. I think he went to Dixon. I'm not for sure. But Michael O'Koren was an NBA player, right? Him and Kelly Tribuca. Kelly Tribuca was from my city, and so it was supposed to be Tribuca, Michael O'Koren, and Michael Ray Richardson, right? So I go, I'm like, yo, I get to meet Michael Ray Richardson. So I get dressed up. I get my mama to comb my hair. And so for those with hair, with those with coarse hair, if you know, you don't want your mama to comb your hair. Basically, what I'm getting at, you don't ever want your mama to comb your hair. Not when you had about this much hair. You know what I'm saying? You ain't never want your mama to comb your hair. You always want to comb your hair yourself. Because when your mama combed your hair, you had to take painkillers afterwards. You know what I'm saying? And so I get dressed. I let my mama comb my hair. She went downtown and bought me a shirt and tie to put on. Never forget, I had on suede Pumas, a leather necktie, and a church shirt, right? I go down and I wait. And I'm like, yo, where's Michael Ray Richardson? And the teacher's like, he was supposed to be here 2 hours ago. And I see Kelly Tribuca, but I see him all the time. I used to see him all the time. I see Kelly Tribuca, it ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? He was a shooting guard for the Detroit Pistons at the time. Right? I see Michael O'Koren. I'm like, I don't know who this is, but you ain't Michael Ray Richardson. Right? I wait and I wait and I wait and I wait. It gets dark and this MFer never shows up. Right? So I go home. I'm mad. My mom looked at me. She's like, yo, Uncle Freezy, why are you crying? I'm like, yo, I was supposed to get Michael Ray Richardson autograph today, but he didn't show up. And she was like, oh, baby, that's all right. It'll be another time. And I'm like, no, there will not be another time. This is Michael Ray Richardson. He's a point guard for the Knicks. What are you talking about, lady? There will be no next time. The time is now. I needed Michael Ray Richardson's autograph and handshake to validate my Knicks fandom. Right? She was like, what? Uncle Freezy, take your crazy behind in the room. And I go in the room and I'm looking at my Michael Ray Richardson poster. I got like 3 posters. It's Michael Ray Richardson. I have the Iceman Cometh, the one that everybody had back in the day. The one with George Gervin sitting on a block of ice with the Nikes. And so it's Clyde Frazier, the Clyde Frazier Puma, George Gervin, and Michael Ray Richardson. And Michael Ray Richardson, dumb behind, didn't even show up for the kids. Right? That's why we have a Lawrence Tears channel. Right? And that's why Brooklyn will never be the Knicks franchise. No matter how many championships they win, they can never capture the heart of the city. The Knicks have captured the heart of the city, right? Brooklyn can never have that.
Newsflash, Freezy, your boys in them just got knocked off. Mobley and them. Buffalo beat them. The Colorado best beat Mobley and them.
Hey, yeah, wow. So Rob, so I'm gonna get out of the way, I promise, right? But I want to hear your take on what franchise is going to be the most relevant, Brooklyn or New York.
It would never be Brooklyn. Even if Brooklyn wins, it will never be Brooklyn.
Speak on it.
Brooklyn doesn't have the charisma because deep down in this generation, everybody know they really just perpetrators from Jersey. At the end of the day, you know, you don't win and you snatched up the players. Yeah, we couldn't get them. Yeah, Brooklyn going to show you props. Maybe a little lower Manhattan, but it will never be like a Knicks parade when they win. You know, or when if the Knicks battle in the playoffs and just go to the extra round, they'll be more celebrated in New York, even if Brooklyn do take it, because everybody know at the end of the day, Brooklyn stacked the deck.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't get past that. You stack the deck. We all seen you do it. Okay, you and Kyrie, okay, maybe go ahead. Then you're gonna add James Harden. I'm surprised KD let that happen. He just left a situation like that in Golden State. Now you want your props. Now you ain't even playing, and the guy that's most durable is playing the most games, and you're still out. And then he's gonna pretty much hold the spot for you until you get back. And then yeah, you still. And at the end of the day, is it like they got a 75% chance of winning it though, but people are looking at what you did. What did you do to get there? It's no grit. There's no grind. There's nothing. All you did was trade all your picks for the best talent. 2 wasn't good enough. You wasn't happy with 2 enough. If I was Durant, I would have told Kyrie, nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. You do that, I'm out of here next year. I'll go over there to New York and I'll leave you and Harden here. If you're gonna go ahead and do that, we should be enough.
Mm-hmm.
You got LeBron got his little team, his little 2-piece. We got ours. So let's go ahead and let's do this. You want him. So this is the way you get him. You know, not with all of the extra. Now, if they get it, they get it, but they did too much. So it's not going to be respected as the way that they think. Brooklyn is going to like it. That's about it. Because at the end of the day, Kyrie is still a clown. You know, he can't get past being a clown. You know, and Harden, he's all right, but look how you left Houston. Y'all just got all that baggage that you brought to New York. Now you want to get on our franchise about what we're not doing. Now you're looking at our franchise. Now you're getting a closer look because you're not all the way across the country looking at the Knicks. You right next door, and you can see the love that they probably be walking down the street. They'd be like, "You bum! You should have went to the Knicks." You know, we don't care about what you're doing, and they hear all that.
Yeah,
they hearing it firsthand. Like Knicks love is real up in New York.
They've created so much of a hype for themselves that if they don't win 3 championships in a row or 4 in a row, it's a failure. They've built so much pressure and put so much pressure on them. They have to win this year. If not, it's utter failure. For us, we're playing with house money. No one expected us to be this good. So us just getting to the playoffs, getting 1 win, that's good in my eyes. They just put so much pressure and they put that target on their back, like you said, Rob.
Look, at the end of this season, right here, Kevin Durant he can opt out. This is going to be his 3rd season. He can even opt out. Now, suppose that happened. He wins and he opt out and he walks across the bridge and say, "I want to go to New York."
I don't want him.
Hey, look, you know what? Look, at the end of the day, you can't look. The players is not like Durant. If he walked away and he left them and he walked away by himself, now I wouldn't take both of them. But damn, you ain't gonna turn your back on Durant if you say you want to be a Knick. Now let's real talk. You get him at the small forward. You got Randall at the power, and you got Durant at the 3. Oh, come on, man. You making moves real quick. Now I'm just to say, but you know, you just can't respect. It's too much over there. They threw it together too fast. They got scared of what they really had the first time. You know, they was good enough to make a move without Harden. But they didn't want Philly to have him. But it would have been, if he would have went to Philly, it would have probably been better for the East because then they would have had to give up Simmons. So then it would have been Embiid and Harden. And then, you try to make it work from there. But, you know, they just really, they stacked the deck. You know, and that's what I thought that Durant was getting away from. You know, stacking the deck. That's how come. Now you think you're going to be validated with Harden? and
No
Curry.
way.
He went the
No.
easy way
I
out.
don't think
That's
so.
KD's motto.
You put your
Yeah.
He went the easy way out.
yeah, not K. I think it was more Kyrie than KD that did that.
Well, it
No,
was the
Kyrie didn't join
injury.
his 73 and 9 team.
If
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying
He always wants that easy way out, bro.
when he
yeah, but
lost,
if KD wasn't injured, if KD wasn't injured, there was a high chance of them signing with the Knicks. The fact that he was injured, that put Kyrie in the driving seat, putting them where they're gonna go, because Kyrie wasn't gonna play a whole season without him on a trash team. So Kyrie
Kevin
felt
Durant
that the
went on
Brooklyn
record
Nets.
and said he was never coming to the Knicks.
yeah,
Yeah,
you know
that's
what? I
what
kind of
he say
believe
after the fact. Though. He said it after
the state that we were in at that time. I can kind of believe that he wasn't coming because I didn't think he was coming anyway. To be honest, I didn't think he was coming. But at the end of the day, I think that's what he was running from. So I think that going to get Harden, I don't think KD had a part in that. I think that was Kyrie and management.
Right. Right.
Because you just left that situation that you got rid of in Golden State. The three-headed monster, you didn't want that no more.
They wanted a
Because you wasn't
guaranteed
getting your
chip.
props. But
right.
Kyrie
I think I ain't gonna lie to you. I think the fact that he left Golden State was a softer, more sucker move than him leaving Oklahoma City and going to Golden State. Right. The fact that you and Draymond Green are arguing on the court, that drives you away the team, makes you leave the West Coast, period, and move all the way to the opposite end of the country. I mean, come on, what kind of dude would do something like that, man?
I guess he wanted to play. I guess more than he just wanted to play against both of them. He wanted LeBron out there. He wanted to beat both of them and come from the other side. That's the way I took it. That when he came,
and they also said that was a business move. Him moving to New York was a business move. I don't know if he couldn't have done the same thing in Golden State, in Oakland, yeah, but it has something to do with his business ventures.
Well, he definitely could have done the same thing in Golden State where he's at, because Silicon Valley that's tech capital of the United States. That's where all the small tech companies are at. But what it was is just him wanting a bigger spotlight and him not wanting to be under LeBron's shadow. If he would have came to the Knicks and won with the Knicks, that conversation is over. But he didn't. He decided to go to the little brother. It's not going to be the same as if he would have won with the Knicks.
Right. And they've always been here. My point is the Nets have always been in the tri-state area. People are acting like they moved here from San Antonio, Texas. They act like the Brooklyn moved here from the Philippines. They've always been here. They've always been here. They'll change their jersey. They come up with a different scheme. You know what I'm saying? Change their colors. And then people are like, oh, they're new. No, they're not new. They are not new. This is an old franchise, man. They've always been around. And just because they play in a new building doesn't make them new.
Remember that old hype commercial they did when they first came to Brooklyn where they paid people to wear Nets gear, Brooklyn Nets gear?
Yes.
And act like they were fans already?
Right, because they couldn't find somebody that was already a Nets fan.
Mm-hmm. Being a Knicks fan, like you said, it is a religion. It's like being a Packers fan. The only difference is that the Packer fans actually own their team. It's not owned by one single person. It's owned by like the stockholders of the city. But that's the Knicks and the Green Bay Packers are both like their fan base is religious. It's the same thing, but Knicks fans are just a bit more.
And I won't lie to you, man. The Knicks fan, to be a Knicks fan, you have to have a certain level of crazy to you, right? You have to have
fans,
right?
Cowboys fans,
right?
What do you say?
So, I don't know what hoodie
Cowboy fans are like Knicks fans.
Fans?
Cowboy fans swear they're Yankee fans.
Right.
Hey,
Cowboy
I'm
fans.
a Cowboys, Knicks, and Yankees fan. What are you trying to say?
Cowboy
you're a
fans
Yankee fan, so you get away with it.
Football feel like regardless of regardless of what happens, their team is going to win a Super Bowl each and every year.
The Knicks don't believe that, though.
I don't believe that. That's not how I am.
Man, I know 100 Cowboy fans, and every year
you're an ESPN fan with that.
You act like the Mets fans are going to win the World Series. Mets fans act like they're going to win the World Series every year.
Right now, he be like, "Oh man, all we got to do is get that back." We right there in the Super Bowl. Like, are you,
Right.
are you serious?
Listening to the Jets
Nah.
and Mets fan that thinks they're going to be relevant every year
Nah.
and they're horrible.
Right.
I don't
And
think
Yeah,
they're
right.
going to be there. When do you see a Jets fan be like, this is our year for anything?
No, the Met fan. The
The
Met
Mets
fan.
fan and Jets fan.
When
That's the
have
Met
you ever
fan.
heard of a Jets fan say this is our year to win it all?
No,
Hey.
the Met fan says
No,
that.
Zach said it. So I'm asking Zach that, Rob.
I know a couple Jets fans. One of my good friends, Kenny.
You
in
know a
Pennsylvania.
couple Jets fans. I
I'm
know
not
all
from you.
Cowboy fans.
You know all
Yo.
Cowboy. Oh yeah, I forgot. Kev is all knowing,
I know
all powerful.
all
He's
Cowboy
a god.
fans.
He knows everything, and everyone else is
Kev's
wrong.
the oracle.
I apologize.
I
Kev's
mean,
all, he knows every single Cowboy fan in
call
America.
it how it is. It's
Oh, I'm
crazy
sure
Cowboy fans.
According to you, you might.
According to me, you're right.
See, but every fan that's not a Cowboy every year think that we never have a chance.
That's because we don't, Rob.
Wait, Rob, you're a Cowboys fan too?
Yeah,
Switching
no
the
doubt.
subject a little bit.
That's
How
what
do you guys feel about all our point guards being out next game? And
Hey, hold on. Let me do the super chat real quick. So, salute Uncle Freezy. Salute to the panel. The best Knicks show on YouTube. Keep doing your thing, Freezy.
Yep.
Hey, thank you for the super chat, Ismail Rivas, man. You are a legit, true, diehard Knicks fan, right? Hey, and so Eddie C, say that question one more time.
I was just wondering how you guys felt about us. Quickly is questionable. Alfred is questionable. Rose is out. Looks like we're just gonna have Ntilikina and probably Burks backing them up.
I think Rose got the Rona. Rose got the
they said
Corona.
something. He was out for safety and protocols. But
I think he got it. That been too long.
He's going to his little brother's funeral this weekend. He'll be back next week sometime.
No, it was the brother of a friend of his. Which
but he calls himself
technically
his little brother.
It's technically a friend of his as well, brother. And who knows how long he'll be out.
Quarantine for 3 days after the funeral once he's back with the team.
Alfred Payton looks like he jacked up his hamstring again.
Yeah,
and
it's because he shot more than 1 3.
Quickly, a contusion. So, I think we might be out.
out too.
He's questionable. He's questionable.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's out. That Diallo guy got traded to Detroit for the Thunder, so they're short-handed too.
Yeah, man. If we got to call Miles Powell up from the G League,
he's with the Bucks, bro.
Yeah, he's with the Bucks.
He's with the Bucks now. Wow.
We're gonna call Jared Harper. Apparently gonna be back up with the team because the G League bubble's over. So in Jared Harper we trust.
Theo Penson.
Let Obi Toppin run the point. He'll get some burn.
But on a serious note, do you guys think that it's a priority that we get a point guard?
Yeah, point guard
via the trade this upcoming within these 2 weeks, or are we looking at another position?
No, we pretty much the Knicks is going. I think the Knicks are going to stand fast. They're going to play out. They might facilitate something for a team, but other than that, I don't really see them doing anything major until the summer.
No, not major, but I don't know. I have a feeling. I have a feeling that Elfrid Payton, he's not going to be right for the second half of the season. I think he's gonna. I think that injury that he has to his hamstring is going to be something. Last year he was out of
18 games.
A good, yeah. That's a long. 18 games is
almost
more than a month
season.
and a half. And Derrick Rose, I mean, he's 32. He's got a lot of tread on those wheels.
Not really. When you look at Derrick Rose,
really.
32, check it out. Derrick
His knees
Rose,
are like
listen to what I'm getting
Betty
ready to
White
tell you.
age.
Let me tell you something. When Derrick Rose took that injury, don't you know that Derrick Rose was out 2 years?
He also has no cartilage left in one of his knees.
Well, he only had that one operation.
What?
I think what I'm trying to say is that I think is a priority. I think is a priority more than a luxury for us to try to get not to get a big piece, but some type of point guard in there, because if we don't, we're gonna have to rely on somebody like Ntilikina, and that's never going to go well.
Right.
Well,
Here's the thing.
Even if it doesn't go well, you pass expectations for this year anyway.
Rob, let me ask you a question. Let's do a solution based Q&A. Right. So if somebody asks a question, let's find a solution for it, and not add more questions to the questions. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I want to legit know if there is a real answer to the question, or if should we just let this question go. And I'm saying this. There are free agent point guards out there on the market, right? Is it worth us cutting a current rostered player to bring in a point guard like Isaiah Thomas or a Shabazz Napier, or guys that are free agents right now on the open market?
Who are some of the other free agents?
Shabazz Napier
You talking about signing them for the rest of the season?
Yeah.
I mean,
neither one of those two. You need somebody bigger than 5'11" and 5'9".
But I'd rather something like that, signing somebody who's not on a team instead of trading away assets for a player that's probably just going to be a rental for the next 2 or 3 months,
Right. And then you got to play both. Then you got to pay both salaries.
Exactly. So if it's something in the off season, like Rob said, then yeah, we could address it. As of now, I like the idea of picking up and signing somebody that could just hold the spot.
And that we can cut. See, the thing is with Isaiah Thomas or Quinn Cook or JJ Barea, we can sign them to 2 consecutive 10-day contracts, right? And hopefully by that time, our point guard situation is back healthy, right? So as opposed to trading assets for DeLon Wright, you know what I'm saying, or something like that, or trading for Lonzo Ball, who will be a free agent at the end of the year, you can sign Isaiah Thomas or whatever free agent to a 10-day contract. Let him come in, see if he has what it takes to be a Knick long term. And if he is, sign him for the remainder of the season. If not, you let the 10-day contract expire and you move on.
Yep.
Difference with a guy like Lonzo, though, he's a restricted free agent. So if you trade for him, you really think he's your future.
Right.
You got his right. So
yeah.
Right. And so that's I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, just like you said, like it's better to sign off those 2 10-day contracts, because you're not going to trade for somebody and give us some assets and then it doesn't work out and you're going to cut them. Now you just lost out because you just traded away assets that you had, whether it's draft picks or whether it's a contract or whether it's eating money. You're still wasting a move.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Right? So say you bring in, say you trade for or you look to get a point guard, and you cut, say, a random the 15 guy. Say it's Kevin Knox. So say you cut Kevin Knox, right, in order to bring in Isaiah Thomas. Right now you lost out on a young player with potential, right, to bring in a guy that you may not even keep into May. And now you've lost both of those, you know what I'm saying, both of those guys. And I know that sounds like a weird argument to make, especially since I said trade and all that stuff. What I'm saying is this, and why not go get a guy, you know what I'm saying? Cut somebody and bring in the guy. And if you don't like it, just move on. You know what I'm saying? And you can bring the other guy back.
Well, the guy that I'm actually want to bring up is maybe he's not going to be a favorite, Ricky Rubio.
I like him.
Just for the simple fact that he'll bring us some stability.
Eddie, are you Hispanic?
Yeah, for sure.
I did this back. And the dudes be like, "Hey, look, man."
No,
that's nothing to do with
it.
There's a difference between Eddie, myself, and Ricky Rubio. Ricky Rubio's family is the colonizers. We are the victims of colonization. Okay.
No, hear me out.
Yeah, I want to see what the connection is.
Just hit me out on this, right? So I talked to a dude at work, right? And so the dude at work says, "Hey, man, you know," and this is legit. The dude looks me in my eyeball and say, "Hey, man, you know what your problem is? Y'all need to add some cream to the coffee, right?" And so I know what he's getting at. I'm like, "Oh, I get it. We can't shoot because we don't have enough white guys." Is what you get at? Is that what you're saying? And he's like, "Yeah." And so as soon as I heard that, I was like, you know what? My man, and I don't mean and Hector, you know I don't mean disrespect. You know that's not where I'm coming from.
I know.
You know that. You know that. You know this ain't the place for that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm Mr. If there's anybody on the internet that's Mr. Inclusive, it's me.
Oh, of
To
course.
everybody. You know what I'm saying? But so when I heard that, I was like, yo, this dude want us to get his point guard. Okay, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? But that's just a little Ricky Rubio joke. But the thing is, I think Ricky Rubio is washed. You don't believe Eddie? You don't believe Ricky Rubio is washed?
Yeah, but
Well, why would you trade for him
He's a
then?
better
it's
option
just
than
it's a strange place because I'm looking at something that Thibodeau would like. I'm looking at the type of point guard that would look good in our system and somebody that can stabilize us at least for next year, being that we won't have a point guard under the books next year. And we have those 15 mil to play with. It's just a thought. It's just somebody that I see that's out there that we can probably get cheap.
How cheap though? How cheap?
I would say probably like Alfred Payton in the second round pick, maybe the Detroit pick, which is a high second round pick. I know I kind of like that pick. But you're gonna have to give up something.
It'd probably take a later second round pick than the
And
Detroit pick.
if we can finagle
that.
something else, I mean that'd be great. And I'm pretty sure Alfred would probably take the deal if Minnesota tells him that they're going to take him and then buy him out, so then he can go and sign with a contender. And we'll appease him in that way. He can go to probably the Clippers or any team he'd like. And then we'll get a point guard or starting point guard, keep Derrick Rose in the bench, and go from there.
How about this? Hey, I want to continue speaking about what you just said, but I want to throw in an alternative. And so I want to throw this to Coach Zach, right? Because I know Hoodie Cav is about to blow a gasket when he hears this. Why?
So you
why
give
don't,
it to me?
Yeah, because I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna disappear out of the video chat.
Oh, all right.
You gonna leave Zach to get all the heat from Hoodie Cav?
Pull the pin on the grenade, big dog.
Yep.
Hey, how about we just?
I don't even know what's going on.
Hey, how about we just bring back Kadeem Allen?
Kadeem Allen.
Why would I blow up at that? I don't know.
What?
Like,
why would I even? Who cares about Kadeem Allen?
what does that got to do with me?
And slowly
what does
step
it have to do with
away.
me? I've never said
Kadeem Allen and slowly step away.
So here's what's funny.
Because Kadeem Allen does know the team. Kadeem Allen does know the team.
Yeah, but what's that have to do with?
So hold on. Let me take a time.
You're my bodyguard.
Hold on. This is about Kadeem Allen. So Kadeem Allen, I have known since he was like a little boy.
Oh, you personally know him? Okay.
Yes, he's from Wilmington, North Carolina.
Okay.
We went to the same high school, same neighborhood, everything. I know Kadeem Allen very well. I remember. No.
And did Freezy know that? Did Freezy know that?
Hey, I'm a psychic.
Yes, so I personally know Kadeem Allen, but I don't think that. I mean, if he's bad, I mean, we were all very happy to see. Granted, it's big shoes coming from Wilmington and saying
Hoodie Cap, am I not clairvoyant? Am I not clairvoyant?
Give me
I don't know about all that.
Give me the lotto numbers for tonight.
Yes or no? Am I not clairvoyant?
Did you know that Kadeem Allen's from Wilmington?
I did not just say I'm clairvoyant.
You don't know what that means.
I know what it means.
That's a big word.
I just don't.
And I'm picking lottery numbers after this, by the way, for those that hang around.
Hey, I got $10 on the pot.
That's what we got to do. We got to get a lottery ticket for me.
Right. But to say that, we've had a couple NBA players come from Wilmington, and it's the biggest drop down because one of them is Kadeem Allen, and the other one is Michael Jordan. Is like that's a really big step down.
Still cool to see someone else from the hometown make it, though.
Definitely.
Yes, especially someone that I know very well. Kadeem he was always he's loved basketball since every time I saw him, he always had a basketball in his hand growing up. Because I'm way older than Kadeem. Way older. I was actually one of his summer camp counselors.
Kadeem is about what, 28, 29 years old?
No.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I think he's like 26.
Even younger? Okay.
Might be 26, 27. I think he's still in the 6. I can find out.
Yeah, 93. He just turned 28.
Oh, I'm getting old myself. Jesus Lord. God, I'm getting old. I didn't want to believe I was that old.
It's cool. It's cool, Kev. We all realize when 1 year close to the SSI. Don't worry, bro.
But I mean, Freezy said Kadeem Allen, but he mentioned Napier. I forgot who else he was.
Isaiah Thomas.
Okay, Isaiah Thomas.
The Brinks truck that was empty.
I'm talking about somebody that's going to solidify that spot for our player front this year. Hopefully, our player front this year.
Well, that person isn't out there though.
Yeah, I don't. The only person
as
that
a
I could
sign,
see
as a signing, no, I don't believe that person's out there either.
I like your choice of Ricky Rubio for the fact that he could knock down the three. He's not going to take away from. He's
Ricky Rubio knocking down three.
Hold on, let me tell you what his number
that
is
much
this
the
year.
shooting.
No, it's funny
not the much the shooting.
Career. It's just
Yeah. I wouldn't really think of. I mean, I've seen him knock down shots against us. So
just like when people say Lonzo Ball's shooting almost 40% from deep. It's like what?
Yeah, Ricky Rubio's 33 from behind the line is better than Payton, and it's
Lonzo's 38.
It's more of.
I love Lonzo. Best believe I love Lonzo.
I want Lonzo, and I know he's injured right now, but I want him to go after Jonathan Isaac for that small forward.
I don't know about Lonzo.
I will give Lonzo in the offseason the same kind of contract that we gave Randall, that we offered Randall. Because you think the Pelicans are going to try to give him big money?
No, they just drafted what's his name from.
I think I'm cool on Lonzo. I like him as a player, but I don't think he fits with the Knicks because he
solid defense.
Yeah,
but he doesn't. He's not. I mean, I think we're looking for shooting, and
he's shooting 38% from deep.
I don't buy that. Like
last year,
not right now.
37% from deep.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm cool on him, man. Like I really
I get what
don't want to give up.
Remember, last year was 37%. This year it's 38%. He's shooting like 19 or 20% better from the free throw line. Like he's really
playing more off the ball, but
he's improved his shooting.
The thing is, okay, he's averaging those numbers, but if you look at the Pelicans are running a lot of their offense through Zion.
Yeah,
so he's getting those off catch and shoot,
and that'd be perfect.
What we're looking for is what I think we're looking for is a point guard that's going to be able to facilitate and
which he can
but then those numbers, his shooting numbers, are not going to be as good.
But the 2 years ago, when he averaged 37,
fine. Z, if you want to go, if you guys want to go for Lonzo, I mean,
I would say like if we look at the field and we're realistic, look at the options that we have. Are we willing to like trade away a bunch of picks or assets, Eddie, for like a point guard, or we're willing to like give Lonzo a contract that the Pelicans aren't willing to give him? On like a 3 or 4 year deal.
Okay, so then just that'll tell you everything you want to know. Like they have Lonzo Ball in the fold. They drafted a point guard. They still had another point guard in the line on the team was Eric Bledsoe. And I believe they even have another point guard. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, but the big piece in that trade package for AD was Brandon Ingram. It wasn't Lonzo Ball. Right. Lonzo Ball was a piece that was added into it, just like Josh Hart as well was a piece that was added into it. So they drafted a young point guard, cool, which is awesome because now the young point guard fits into their projection. They go to extend and expand BI's contract and not Lonzo, which makes sense from a business aspect. It doesn't make sense to let him go for nothing. So if the Knicks sign him,
most likely what they're going to do is sign and trade him.
Yeah, because he's restricted. So the team ultimately has it's still in the ball's still in their court. So the teams can still controls if they want to match whatever deal he gets or they want to sign and trade him.
So yeah, but going again, like I'm cool on Lonzo. Like he's a good player. He's a nice player. I don't know about his ceiling. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what his ceiling is. I don't think his ceiling is LaMelo Ball.
It's higher than Ricky
Oh,
Rubio.
no, definitely,
Yeah, but you're gonna
not.
have to give up. You're gonna have to give up a lot more for Lonzo, and most likely you can probably get similar production from Rubio at this point.
What's Rubio's slash line? What's his stats?
I mean, if you look at it right now,
Lonzo
Lonzo Ball and Derrick Rose numbers are not that off. Like they're averaging around the same amount of points. They're shooting the 3-point shot around the same. You can go look it up.
Yeah,
So
I
there are
agree.
alternatives. There are alternatives and cheaper alternatives to the numbers that Lonzo Ball is putting up right now.
But when he was the main point guard, he was 12, 7, and 7 with 37% from deep, and he's a solid defender. So like he can rebound, he can play make, he can score a little bit. He's not.
I'm not saying that he's not a good player, Zach.
But
I'm not saying that he's not a good player.
What makes him not a good fit if he plays defense is a playmaker and can shoot the ball.
So
I'm just asking.
It's his, to me, it's his ceiling, and to me, I have some questions about if he can stay healthy.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere about his injuries.
Fair.
I'm just saying, as
That's
far
fair.
as play on the court, he's a good fit anywhere he goes because he plays the game.
Yeah, he's got a nice game. He's a nice
Injury,
player.
that makes sense.
He's a nice player.
What I would want in a point guard, Eddie, is like, you see how I brought up the fact that when we traded for Melo, it took away from what made us good that year, keeping the ball in Amari's hand. Amari was our focal point in the offense. So if we do bring in a point guard, I don't want it to be a situation like that it takes away from Julius Randle and what's made us good this year. We need a point guard that's going to come in and add to it, not take away from Julius, who's just going to help spread the floor. You know, I feel Lonzo or Ricky Rubio, it would be a cheaper asset to get because we'll probably just have to trade a low pick for him. But Lonzo Ball, if we get him, I feel that he will fit in perfectly with Julius Randle. He plays defense well, like Zach said, and we don't need him to be the number one scorer on our team. We just need him to open the floor and space the floor for.
He's very
Julius.
passive offensively too.
We need somebody who can space the floor for Julius and RJ.
The thing is that Julius has a strong personality, so you kind of need a point guard that has a strong personality, and that's always been one of Lonzo Ball's weak points.
Ricky Rubio's not exactly the strongest one either.
But he demands respect. He's a veteran, so he demands respect. You keep on going back to fighting me on the Ricky Rubio point, but
I'm just saying
we're in different topics. We're in different topics
not really,
for different things.
I'm not fighting anybody. I'm just trying to understand.
When Julius plays at his best really is when Derrick Rose is the point, because he doesn't have to facilitate as much. Derrick Rose is somebody that he respects, and if you have somebody next to Julius that he respects, it's going to mean the world to the team, because that makes him a player that he can just fill in the role instead of being that top dog per se, even though he's the best player. I can see that he heeds to Derrick Rose when Derrick Rose is a starting point guard, more so than he does. I mean, that's kind of like the problem that they have with RJ. You know, that RJ is like the little brother. So sometimes there's a little bit of lack of communication between them, and it's gotten better this past year and stuff. But there's always, and I don't think anybody can deny that there's always been a little bit of a tug and pull.
Learn how to play together. Yeah.
There's always been a little bit of a tug and pull between those two. And it's just because Julius Randle's personality just doesn't permit somebody to outshine him, or somebody that's younger to outshine him, unless it's earned. And I'm not sure that RJ Barrett has earned that from Julius yet. He's more of the little bro, you know what I'm saying? So, again, Ricky Rubio to me would be a point guard who's a veteran, who's not going to outshine Julius Randle, and that'll be also good for Julius, for his ego, and that's gonna help the team in the way that Thibodeau would like, because Thibodeau can explain to him what he wants, and I'm pretty sure Rubio is gonna do what he wants, and that's what we basically need.
So if you bringing them in, what you doing with it? What is giving us at the end of the day?
Stability. It's giving us a little bit more stability because, like I was mentioning, I don't know if Elfrid's going to stay healthy.
Doesn't Ricky Rubio have injury problems too?
He does, but He's a better player than Alfred, and I mean, I would rather have you. You would rather have Alfred Payton or Ricky
Well, I would say
Rubio.
he's not like a ridiculously better shooter.
I mean, there's
Alfred can get
nothing
to the
really
rack
out there.
better.
There's nothing really out there. So
Lonzo's
I
out
mean,
there.
you have to
Yeah.
try to squeeze. Again, we're going back to the Lonzo, so you have to give up assets to get
Not
Alonzo.
exactly. You could throw
I
him the
think you
bag
just
in
stand
the offseason
fast.
and give up zero. And give him the bag in the offseason and give up zero.
Rob, but what
assets.
happens? Okay, what happens if Alfred's injury? What happens if he comes back and he injures himself again, and he has a bad injury because this hammy has been bothering him, and it bothered him last year and it's coming up again this year.
I think
And we
Rose
lose Alfred. Okay, we lose Alfred.
Rose,
Just this
Rose,
is hypothetically.
Right.
We lose
Okay,
Alfred.
Rose,
Hold on, Rob.
Nikina.
Let him go.
I thought he was just an open question.
No. He was trying to get at something hypothetical about Alfred Payton getting hurt.
Okay, so we lose Alfred. Next up is Derrick Rose.
Okay.
Hopefully Derrick Rose stays healthy, but there's always an if. There's always an if, right? And you know, things have happened to him, and maybe it's out of his control. Maybe some of it is him. You know, we need him to be available. Okay, and then the next man up is
Quickly, Frank. Maybe
we're trying to make a playoff push.
Yeah.
And Quickly and Frank are going to be our mainstays at the point guard position. I don't know if Tom Thibodeau is going to be happy with that.
Yeah, but and I get that, but like, there's no option out there right now that you could trade for on the cheap that is anybody's gonna be happy with the playoff push.
Yeah, and you don't want to trade an asset. I'm sorry, Rob. Whether it's the second round pick from Detroit, which is going to be a high second round pick, you don't want to trade that just to have a player for the next 2 to 3 months. You know, like I'd rather trade an asset. Like I'd rather trade assets knowing that I'm gonna have a player for the next 3 to 4 years than the
or
next
a player.
3 months.
And just this is hypothetically, it doesn't even have to be Lonzo, or a player that's going to be a restricted free agent. You can match any offer, so you know you can keep him.
Well, Rubio signed for this year and next, and we gave up an asset per se in the DSJ and a second round pick for Rose. So the market is kind of around that area where a second round pick is somebody that, you know, something that might be feasible for us to give up.
Look at it like this. In the beginning of the season, when you made the team and you thought that you was going to have a shortcoming, and the shortcoming was to solidify that position was to pick up Rose for DSJ. Okay, so with that being said, and what you have right now, you got to go with what you started with. You got to go with next man up. You don't have to do anything. And if you fall in and then you fall short of the playoffs, okay, you made a push, and then you can reevaluate each position going into the next draft. And what you need, instead of making a playoff push, getting somebody, losing the draft spot for no reason at all. You can replace that spot better, I feel as though, from the draft, if you have 2-to-1 to trade down to get something in that point guard situation. So it's wherever the dice turns on. That's what you go with. So
when we traded for D Rose, it was early. It was like almost early in the season as well to get us to this point. It wasn't trading for D Rose at the middle of the season for just 2 or 3 months for the stretch. You know, it was trading D Rose to get us to where we are at right now, because that was a piece that we was missing.
And to retain D Rose, because Tibbs wants it back.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's not. Look, y'all get okay.
No. What I'm saying, I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is like Eddie point. The difference with the D Rose move is we got him early in the season to get us to where we're at right now. Yeah, I'm sorry.
D Rose, no. What I was rounding my point off to be was like this here. That move was made really to solidify the position. So whatever happens going forward, you don't make another move in free agency or anything like that, because you made that move for that position. Now you're going to double down on the same move. I don't think that'd be smart.
No, I was saying free agency. You
roll with what you got.
In the offseason, if you don't get anyone in the draft,
he was saying hypothetically hurt. I'm answering the hypothetically hurt.
Yeah, what if hypothetically Julius Randle gets hurt? Like what?
But that's not what he said. But that's not what he said.
I'm just saying there's a lot of hypotheticals.
That's where I'm staying at. We're not talking about Randle. We're talking about the guards. That's where I'm staying at. Where Eddie started at. I'm staying there. He made everything was based on the guards. It was based on Peyton. It was based on hypothetical roles and all of that situation. Since you already made a push for a point guard, and if either one of them get hurt, it wouldn't be a smart move to make another push for another point guard. You roll with what you had at that position. You tried it already. You reached out. You got the point guard. You don't see it doesn't really seem you got to roll with Frank. If it comes down to Frank at the end of the day, he's on the team for a reason. It was Dennis J instead of Frank. So obviously you've seen some value in Frank in that DSJ. So you just keep the ball moving. You don't do anything. That wouldn't cause me to do anything if Peyton didn't come back.
Yeah, we're also in a different position where right now our power forward's leading our team in assists. Like we have a different playmaker. We don't exactly need the highest, playmaking point guard because so far we've gotten through this season with our power forward being the dominant playmaker.
Yeah, but when it comes down to if we get into the playoffs, I'm not too
confident.
Yeah, I guess confident.
Well, none of us are. None of us think that
Julius Randle running the team in the last 2 minutes of a tie ball game where we can have, a Derrick Rose like player who's probably going to be better at that and more knowledgeable at that. And if we're able to add another brain, because I'm basically thinking about another high IQ player in Rubio, it just makes it even stronger. It just makes that push and those moments even a higher probability for us to pull out those wins than it would be if we're relying on Frank or we're relying on Quickly.
Rubio is not going to run the playoff series for you.
No, but what Eddie's saying is he wants more high IQ basketball players around Randall to make it easier on him.
But you address that in the summer because Rubio is not going to win a playoff series for you.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you get him or not. He is not going to win a playoff series for you.
Agree.
So you really just wasting the pick.
Yeah, you don't want to make a move just for the sake of making a move.
Going to the play, to get knocked out anyway.
And on the flip side of that, like I don't want to be stuck with that because we have 10 picks over the next 3 seasons. That's including first and second round picks. So I don't want us to be like stuck playing hot potato like the Boston Celtics did, and they never made moves when they had all those picks, But at the same time, I don't want to fall for the trap of making a move just to make a move,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really think it's just making a move for making a move. I think it's to solidify a position where we're lacking, where Elfrid Payton, again, I go on to say I don't know if he's going to stay healthy for the rest of the year.
We're lacking. Didn't want him starting from the point anyway. Most Knicks fans didn't want him at the point anyway.
And the only reason he's even with us is because we didn't address that in the offseason. That's the only reason that he even has a no trade in his contract because we waived him. No other team wanted to pick him up, and we picked him up on the on the cheap. So that's why he has a no trade clause because of how the union and the CBA is. Right. No other team wanted to sign him.
I actually think that would be a good reason why he would be in the trade. So that he can sign with whoever.
But we can't. But he has that no trade clause, so it makes it harder.
But if we're trading him with him knowing that he's going to get waived, I mean that's the best situation for him at all.
That's not even a guarantee because you can't even take the other team's word on it. There's been several situations going back for years that situations come up and the other team done reneged and the deal got thrown out in the grave. Look at what happened this offseason with Atlanta with signing Bogdanovic. He was supposed to go to Milwaukee and then things happened or whatever. It fell through and then he went to Atlanta.
Well, that was because they made the trade without it being approved by the league.
Yeah.
So that was the reason why that happened. But I hear you about somebody can say, we're going to waive you and then not waive you. But as an organization, you don't want to be known as that organization that did that to a player because then that's a black eye for you. People wanting to deal with you and stuff. I just think it's a great situation for both teams. We get a heady player. We get a stabilizing force at the point guard for the next year for this playoff push. I'm mostly thinking about this these 30 some odd games that we have left in the season, and hopefully getting into the playoffs, because I want to get into the playoffs. I don't want to be a lottery team. I want to make the playoffs. I want to win. I want to be, I want to be respectable again, because that's what's going to attract.
Totally understand what you're saying.
That's going to attract
bro.
the type of players that we want to attract, be it 2 years down the road, be it 3 years down the road. I want to start that trend now.
I get
now that we have a shot.
Bro. We get it, bro. Yeah, it makes sense, bro.
Yeah, but see, I don't think.
But it's like, for example,
I
like
don't
what
think
Hector
Rubio is the guy.
What Hector? Yeah, that's what we're saying. Like what Hector and I talked about on Spree and Z's first stream was and I know he's got a bigger contract, but Jonathan Isaac and Lonzo Ball, guys like that are young, good defenders, getting better on offense, getting better at shooting the ball, have a higher ceiling than some of these veterans, and that can actually help us not just this year, like for a playoff push, or next year for a playoff push, but years down the line. Once we get more talent, develop better people, that they'll have a spot on the team still, and we'll be just acquiring good young talent.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's effective right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying you can find Alonzo Ball in this year's draft. So
Hey,
why
if we
Who, in
do,
what position we're
I'm
picking?
so for it.
I'm saying you can find Alonzo Ball in between, I say 5 and 15.
Good, because we'll be picking at like 15. That's would be our first pick.
No, but with the picks that we have, we can move up.
Yeah, you can take two. You can take a Dallas pick and a Knicks pick, and you can move into the top 10.
Well,
Not even just that, Rob. Not even with that, Rob. We also have like 68 million cap space to play around with, and that's including our main core roster. Yeah. So we could call up a team and be like, "Listen, if you got a bad contract you want to get rid of, we'll take that on, and we want to move up in the draft." That's easy. Easy. That's doable.
But what I'm asking Rob is in this draft from 5 to 15, who do you think is going to be better than Lonzo Ball is right now as a rookie in that draft? I'm just like names, examples. I was just asking. Just curious.
Okay, like 5 and 15. Okay, they say right now.
Hey, Jalen Suggs.
Jalen Suggs is going to be more above top 5.
He's going to be top 5.
Yeah, he can be top 5.
Yeah, he can be top 5 either way. Green can be top 5. You got them two right there.
Okay, you got Kuminga, Scotty Barnes, Mose Mobley, Zaire Williams, Keon Johnson.
Okay, you got the Connecticut guard. What Bookington? Booknight. What's his name? Booknight. Yeah, you got him. You be able to snatch him right there. He shoots better. He's a good defender. He can get to the hole.
What happens if he becomes a bust?
Well, you can say the same. See, you asking a what if question. What if Alonzo becomes a bust?
Really, so are you, because you're saying we can get these guys in the draft. It's not a surefire thing that they're going to be better than Alonzo.
Alonzo, just 15 minutes ago, people were calling Alonzo a bust now.
Not 15 minutes ago. 2 years ago.
Before this year, they was calling him a bust.
Yeah. Last year, he actually vastly improved his game, but okay.
But they still have people that were still
considering. Like you asked the considered question. That's what we don't know.
Right.
We don't know.
You can't always go by what the people say either.
Yeah.
Because what the people say is speculation.
We don't know. And that's right. College is speculation. What if the guy's a bust? That's a question that we thinking that he's not going to be.
But I'm saying is like you're saying what I was just saying that like right now, it's not like Lonzo is improving his game.
To me, me personally, Alonzo don't move the needle for me. That's just me.
And that's fine. No, I was just asking.
Yeah, because
understand. That's all I was.
Yeah, he's not aggressive to the basket. He's gonna push the pace, but then he's gonna stand on the 3-point line. He's not gonna get to the basket, so he got limitations too that his brother doesn't have. So
and right now is where you need this scouting department that the Knicks put together to try to find that Chauncey Billups that's been in the league for 4 years and haven't figured it out yet on whatever team he's been on, and bring him over to us and we unleash his talents here. Like, this is what the scouting department has to do. We have to find that player either in the draft or the player could be sitting on somebody's bench.
Some may say that player that you just mentioned is Lonzo Ball.
Yeah,
You
that's what I'm trying to say.
never know. Like from when he first came to the league till now, he has vastly improved, like tremendously. Everyone questioned his defense. He is solid. He's a solid defender. And at the same time, didn't him and Julius play on the same team for that Lakers team in 2017 together?
And in New Orleans.
No.
No.
And in New Orleans? No.
No,
Lonzo's first year was last year. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there.
You're right.
Yeah, but they played together with Los Angeles. You know, I know a lot of people are worried about the whole his father, that whole aura and that presence his father brings.
Oh, I don't care nothing about his father.
No, but that's
crap.
a lot of people's question on what
That's why a lot of people don't like him.
Exactly. It's because of the.
I watch the court. I don't care what I
think about it is
about that.
I don't know if he's injury prone. I don't know if he's an injury prone. He had that meniscus problem his rookie year.
Julius Randle broke his leg his rookie year.
It's a broken leg. It's not a joint.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, there people get injured. I mean, it's part of the game. Everybody gets hurt.
Yeah, but if you're just coming into the league, you have a meniscus problem. Something that can hurt you down the road, and I don't know if he's strong enough. Like I have my reservations about Lonzo. There's people that like Lonzo. I have my reservations about him.
That's totally fair.
And I believe all the moves that the Pelicans have done thus far, they have reservations about him as well.
That's totally fair. I was just there's positives and there's negatives. I mean, it's just it's healthy conversation to go through both.
Yeah, but that coach that's Van Gundy, he likes running his offense through his big man. Like when you go back to when he was with Orlando, he had the same type. He never really wanted his point guard to be the flow of the offense. He always ran it through his big man.
Yeah, that got him fired in Miami too, by the
way. And right now, I mean, it looked like we need a point guard that you can run the offense through. I'm not saying to take it away from Randall, but just to take pressure off of him.
Hey, so let me take a deep breath right here. I just want to take a deep breath and want to get back on the topic, but I'm trying to figure out what this Spree and Z channel is all about.
What are you coming to me for?
I'm trying to understand what this Spree and Z channel is all about and why I hadn't been invited to come on.
I invited you the last time I was on the morning drive. I said I'd love to have you. You said sure.
Okay. So and I probably admit that, but I mean, I didn't know the place or the time or the link or nothing.
Bro, we had the first stream. I sent you the link of the channel, I believe.
And no, I didn't get anything, dog. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at Spree and listen, the subscriber count is going up since we put the link in the chat. So good job to everybody. Good job to every. Oh, not that part. I don't want to play that. I want to. I'm hoping that everybody that's watching will go over and subscribe to the channel to help these dudes grow. You know what I'm saying? But they are terrible hosts. They don't offer you food or anything.
Crazy. We still have to Spree.
No. Y'all taping tomorrow, and you still ain't send me the invite.
Spree, we still haven't made up the time yet. We normally go. We were gonna go. Our goal is to go on 1:30 every day, but since it's a 2:00 game, and Guillermo does the watch along. You know what I'm saying? Ron does the post game.
Wait a minute.
For tomorrow.
Wait a minute. Is it 2:00 game tomorrow?
Yeah,
I know it's super weird on a Saturday.
Okay, we want to go.
Had no idea.
12, and I still Spree hasn't really said if he can or not. So as soon as we get the time, you'll get the link, you'll get all that, and I'll even make you a virtual cheeseburger. What do you want? Steak? You want what you want?
Yeah,
I mean, if you're gonna do it at that time, you probably should do a view along.
Yeah, why not do a watch along?
I just don't. I don't like stepping on people's toes, man. I mean, I just like to be respectful.
Is it a holiday or something?
It's a Saturday, bro.
What you talking about, Kevin? Oh, why it's 2:00?
Hey, so let me say something about Hoodie Cav, right? So Hoodie Cav loves the Knicks and he loves the Jets. He loves the Nets, right?
Poor guy.
What I found out the other day is he loves the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And
my Lord!
And it's only a few of us that love
judging,
Marvel.
son.
I'm not judging. I was
Don't be
so
judging,
lost
son.
in that chat.
But
Bro, you see my hold on. You see my Power Ranger setup I got up here. I got Power Rangers, Dragon Ball Z. Come on, bro.
My son has all that, but I was never into that, bro.
First of all, your son gonna get robbed. That's one.
Second of all, go ahead and try, Heck.
And it's on NBA TV.
You know what I told you, Heck, when we were on the phone the
know.
other day.
So you're saying basically what you're saying is the son is the smartest dude in the house.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, I just wanted. Yeah,
Look,
I just wanted.
if I can be half the man my son is already someday, you know, all he's been through, the resiliency. He's the best man I know.
Yeah, man.
Awesome.
And it's still growing.
Yeah.
But what I was gonna say about Hoodie Kev is he thinks he knows the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but he really doesn't. He's like he knows like all the Cliff Note versions.
Wait,
like,
so you went from trying to give me smoke about what Spree and Z's all about, and now you're attacking Kevin the same shit.
Right?
Actually,
No.
Hold on. So last night, I don't know if anyone caught the show last night.
Oh, here we go.
I was at work. I didn't get a chance.
I want to get back to these Knicks scenarios. I don't want to talk about last night. Kev.
Hold on. So, because Freezy about to say some false narratives. So, I wanted because Stephen Fox has never seen any of the Marvel movies, like not one of them. And
I
so
really haven't either.
Wow, really?
I mean, I have. I mean,
so
never was a big fan.
I told Fox, I'm like, Foxy, you should watch them because they're at least good stories. You know, they're stories that if you follow the like I was telling about Tony Stark. I said Tony Stark in the first Iron Man is not the same character in Endgame. I mean, his progression as a character is a journey that I think is good storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was trying to kind of explain to him.
Oh, Iron Man is whack.
Crazy.
So I was trying to explain to Foxy kind of like an overview of the MCU while not trying to give big
Spoilers.
Easter eggs at the same time.
Okay.
And so that's a hard kind of.
Iron Man is like cheese. You know what I'm saying? When it's fresh, it's dope, but don't let it age because it will be terrible.
I thought you were gonna go with it's like prison cheese that won't melt.
No,
Foxy needs to watch Winter Soldier. He'll like Winter Soldier because it's like a spy movie.
So
The
on
Winter
Sunday,
Soldier is dope.
on TBS, they're playing Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame.
The trifecta.
I'm going to be watching all three of them because there's no game on Sunday, and it ends at 11:30, 15 minutes before the show.
Hey, Kev. So, Kev, you know what that means? That means do your homework. Because
My homework.
nobody on this panel knows the MCU like me. But I really want to get back to
Freezy, you can't be sending shots like that,
I will definitely concede to that because
you can't be sending shots like that and just expect me and Kev to be quiet.
Listen.
All I'm saying is Infinity War is not even the best MCU story, right? It's not.
You talking about from the comics and stuff?
Are you talking about comics or the
Yo, fellas.
No, but that's not. Hold on.
Yo, fellas, I'm out.
Eddie later, baby.
Right.
Hey,
guys.
Eddie, salute, man. Salute.
Peace, bro. Peace, bro.
Have a good night, fellas.
If you're
Yeah,
talking
hey,
about,
Eddie, it was good to see you too, man.
They say
You too, bro. Peace.
if you're talking about comic books, and that's not MCU. The C in MCU is cinematic. So that's impossible to talk. So you can't say I know more about the MCU and then say when it relates to comic books because that's not the MCU.
I
if you want to talk about
understand
the
that. I understand that.
MCU,
That's
you don't know
English.
more. About
That's what we call English.
Yes.
I understand that.
That's
Okay.
English.
'Cause
English.
Now, am I wrong about that comment? Because what you said was,
Freezy.
I know more about the MCU, and the MCU is a bigger storyline than what the movies are.
That was a very lawyer answer, Kev.
I don't know about this one. I can't help you.
And so I just said,
There's a very much of your paralegal.
yeah. So what I said was,
Let me look it up real quick.
and what I said was, the comics are not the MCU.
Okay.
Right.
I rest my case.
All right.
Right.
But in issue 35 of Wonder Woman.
Right. So I was waiting for him to go somewhere. I thought you were gonna go somewhere.
Yeah.
Because he said MCU.
Yes. Now you don't know more about the MCU than me.
Bro, you are
I'm sorry.
bugging. You are bugging.
I've watched
first of all,
every obscure. I've watched every random show from like Inhumans to like Peggy Carter, like every
Right.
random show, Agents of Shield.
Right. Right. And so that's what I was
Trailer
gonna
Park
tell. That's what I was gonna tell Kevin. So Hoodie Kev, the C and MCU is cinematic. It's not MMU. It's not the Marvel movie universe. Because there are other things that happen in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
This is true.
Is it such as The Punisher, which may which may be the best TV show of all the Marvel TV shows, and Daredevil, and Luke Cage. You know what I'm saying? And Iron Fist.
I was about to say, don't forget about Iron Fist, even though that show
Yeah,
sucked.
yeah. So when it comes to the Marvel Cinematic Universe,
Rob, are you as lost as I am?
No, we know.
I know what they talking about.
No, we're gonna get. I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna get.
I know what they talking about.
Rob's like, I got kids.
I got kids. I mean, I'm not into it like that.
Now, so what happened is I'm drawing a line. I'm leaving. So Hoodie Cat left a trail of breadcrumbs. Y'all remember Hansel and Gretel? They couldn't find their way out of the forest, so they left the trail of breadcrumbs.
Jesus Christ,
So I'm following the breadcrumbs back all the way to hour one. When somebody
let's switch Hansel and Gretel. Let's switch Hansel and Gretel. I found the origins of that story. I do not want to talk about it. Let's switch Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about it. No, we want to. I was just talking about the plot, not all the other stuff, because I know where you're going.
Again.
No. So somebody said that Alfred Payton is Star-Lord. Do y'all remember that?
Yeah.
In the first hour?
Yeah. Full circle. You just brought it back full circle.
I did say that. I did.
So what I'm saying is,
this has been Freezy's TED Talk.
Hey, well, thank you for tuning in to TED Talk.
All I'm saying is, again, Freezy heard me last night trying to give snippets of something. That's like me saying, "Oh, I know about auto mechanic," right? I mean, I know. I'm just throwing something out there, right?
Hold on, don't you do it? Don't you do it?
Yeah, Z be building cars.
Nobody on this thing knows more about cars than me.
Oh yeah, all right, Freezy.
I'm giving an example. I'm elaborating. So what I'm saying is, and I'm talking to someone who doesn't know anything about cars, right?
Zach builds tanks. He don't know nothing about cars.
And I'm trying to give a watered down version of it. And they're thinking that my watered down version of what I'm saying is my complete overall knowledge of it.
See back.
And
I get it.
That's not what I was doing. I was trying to tell the Foxy, who knows nothing about it, and give him breadcrumbs without trying to spoil anything.
Right.
So I'm giving him a watered down version. Free's like, "Oh, that's all you're supposed to know." And I'm like, "No, I can't." If I talk to him about about Tony Stark giving the shield back to Captain America and what that actually means, he's not going to understand it because he doesn't know the relationship between Tony Stark and Captain America. He doesn't know that Tony Stark's dad gave the shield to Captain America in the first place, and that Cap's best friend killed Tony Stark's father.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know that backstory.
It's emotions.
You know this is all fake, right, Kev?
I mean, obviously, but there's a billion people who saw these movies, so you can tell them that too.
Oh my gosh.
So I feel the same way because like when I talk about socialism, I can't just jump into Das Kapital.
What was that?
No, I was saying that like how Kev said, like when he's trying to give down a watered version of like issues and stuff like that with the MCU. Like if I'm speaking to somebody about politics, I can't just come up with like all the information of Marx's Das Kapital. It's just too much information to take in.
Yes, I gave Foxy a watered down version, and Freezy took that as, "Oh, that's all you know. I know more than you," and I'm like, I'm just kind of breaking it down right now.
That's what he does because he knows you don't know more about cars than me.
Well, I was giving the car thing as
he said nobody knows about cars than Uncle Freezy, and I know that's a flat out lie.
Yeah. So when I called Alfred Payton, he's a Knicks version of Star-Lord. That's what he is.
So Alfred Payton is the Knicks version of a Mustang 2.
You said Alfred Payton is what?
The Knicks version of a Mustang 2.
Like the Mustang 2 was the most unpopular Mustang ever. During the gas shortage of the 70s, they went away from the big motor, high horsepower, early muscle cars and took a Mustang 2, made it look more like a Maverick or a Pinto, if you know the old Ford Pintos, and gave it about 135 horsepower and bogged it down.
Alfred Payton is a Chrysler 2000. It looks like a point guard.
People,
it's a Chrysler 300.
Like a Phantom.
He looks like a point guard, but he's not a point guard.
But he's not. He thinks he looks like a Phantom until he pull up next to one.
Right. Yeah. It's like the dude that tried to squat me at the gym. Right. So I hurt my back. Right, and I'm walking through the gym like with my shorts pulled all the way up, man. My back is hurting, and I put some weight on the bench, right? And the young dude, and he had a white beater on, right? And I could see his ribs through the white beater, right? And I'm like, oh snap, this is gonna end. This is weird. So he like, hey Pops, you need somebody to spot you? and so I'm like, don't call me Pops, man. I'm Uncle Freezy, right? And so he like, hey
Uncle Freezy.
Hey Uncle Freezy, you want me to spot you? And I'm like, doing what? And he's like, I saw you put the weight weight on the bench, and just want to make sure that we follow proper gym etiquette. You know, when you use the bench, you're supposed to have a spotter. And so I'm like, hey, so what are you gonna help me with? He was like, so you have 345s on one side and 345s on the other side. And I was like, yo, so do I have clips on them? And he looked, he's like, yeah, you got clips on them too. Proper gym etiquette, because you don't want
45 pounds.
Yeah, so you don't want something crazy to happen in the gym. And I'm like, no, man, I got it. Because what I don't want to have happen is two things. I don't want to have to show out in here with a hurt back, right? My back is hurt. I don't want to have to show out with some skinny dude standing over me, right? So he like, no, man, you have, he's counting up, and you can see him roll through the numbers. You have 200, 200 plus 1. Yeah.
Carry
like,
3.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, I know it's.
Get your toes out, count.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, don't pull your socks off to do your math, right? And so he's like, no, man, this is proper gym etiquette. And so I get under the thing, right, and I stretch my back out, man. When I say I hurt my back for real, right? So it's not like pull the muscle or whatever. But I don't want to get into the details, whatever. So he's standing behind me with these weird John Stockton shorts on. Like I'm looking up at the bar, and I'm like, man, if you don't get your.
It turns out it was really John Stockton.
No, not real. Almost. Maybe.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, but I could. The dude was so skinny that the white beat he had on, I could see up his shirt. He was that thin. The dude was legit like 6 foot 134. 6 foot 130, right? And so I do this thing, like this is the thing that I like to do. I like to take the weight off the rack and then rest it on my chest and then go, right? So I let it rest on my chest. And he's leaning over the thing like, yo, Uncle Freezy, you all right? looking over the thing. So I knock out like, so Kat, when you do the bench press, what do you do? Do you do it backwards? Do you do 12, 10, 8? Or do you do 10, 10, 10? Or do you do 8, 10, 12?
So I have not been to a gym in what month is this? March? Since last January.
Since last January?
Since January 2020.
So you haven't even walked by a gym. You can't even recognize a gym right now.
He did.
I got a
walked
stationary
into
bike.
Green.
No, I'm lying.
Is it a full rack right now?
It was about February.
It is. It's a part of the laundry line that I have. Honestly, I literally did laundry. My partner, she did laundry today, so she used it to like hang up laundry.
It was February. I stand correct. It was February.
So you don't know. So you don't know a gym. You don't know a gym from a library. You don't know a gym from a donut shop. You're like, oh, I'm sorry. I heard all this metal clinking around. I thought somebody was cooking donuts in here.
I still have my YMCA card in my wallet.
There we go.
Oh.
There we go.
All I got to do is call and reinstate
Expired
them in
February
the-
2003.
Because what happened is last year when COVID hit and gym shut down. So I live in North Carolina, right?
Oh, here we go.
So when the gym shut down, I was like, oh man, the gym shut down. I guess, oh well.
Them gyms open back up the next week.
And so no, in North Carolina, the gyms didn't open until like November. And so when they opened back in November, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give it like a couple months, to go back, whatever. And so literally, and I promise you, it's so funny that we're talking about this. Like last week, I got an email from the Y talking about, we're back and
You need to work out.
This is what we're doing now, and if you want to come and reset your membership, it's been like a year, blah 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 blah. And I'm just like,
after this cheeseburger.
I should. So if you saw me earlier,
so he was like, "Is Kevin Knox going to be there?"
And then Kev's doc said, "Sure, I ain't got nothing else better to do."
There was like, nah, it's North Carolina. We got the DSJ off the block practicing.
Right.
Good email.
Listen, I live in the heart of ACC country, right? ACC.
Okay.
So literally, I live in the same city as Duke. I'm like 15 minutes away from UNC. I'm 20 minutes away from my alma mater, NC State. There's plenty of collegiate athletes all around. Okay. And Hoodie Kev, listen, this is why I love going to the YMCA, because I'm a basketball player. And I told a story about me playing basketball the last time. And oh, God, that was an experience I'll never forget. But once I do get back in shape and I show these young whippersnappers, show these young whippersnappers the MJ fadeaway, they don't know nothing about it.
Wow.
That was made
Why
famous
are you sitting in an apartment on a YouTube channel if you have an MJ fadeaway?
It's on 2K.
He doesn't want to hurt people's
Turn
feelings,
your
Zach.
Xbox off, Kev.
Zach, he doesn't want to hurt people's feelings, Zach. That's what it is.
Oh, that's what it.
In my high school days, when I graduated from high school, I was third all time in 3-pointers made and taken. Okay, it is one thing that I would do is
for real, Grandpa.
I love going to the community, the Jewish
Where'd
community.
you go with that sweet jumper? Where did you go pro?
Listen. I didn't have to go pro. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This jumper is not for everybody.
You too good for the NBA?
Okay. This jumper is exclusive.
And
I'm too short because I'm not a point guard. I'm not a dribbler. I'm not about to do all that. I don't think I've ever crossed anybody up in my entire life. When I say I've never. Dribbling is not my thing. I mean, I can dribble, of course. I'm just not all of it. Because I grew up in the age of like hot sauce and
what does
all
that have to do with not dribbling?
I'm telling you the age that I grew up in. Like the
He's talking about the N1 mixtape tour and all that stuff.
Yeah, so
with hot sauce and all them guys.
Like
my fat ass thought you were just talking about straight up hot sauce.
Yeah, no. So when I was growing up, it was all about the N1. Everybody was doing all these weird, crazy stuff. I'm like, look, dude, I'm open. Let's go. I'm open. I'm right here. You ain't got to do all that. Give me the ball. So I used to be known as Big Shot Kev. Right?
Wow. Get it on a T-shirt, baby.
So what do they call you now?
What?
What do they call you now?
Apparently, Big Gut Kev, since he has.
And that's when I turn my camera off.
When I go to the streets of Wilmington, they still call me Big Shot. Okay, I'm still Big Shot in the hoods of Southeastern North Carolina.
Okay, so your Avenger superpower is Big Shot.
Yeah. Now listen, when my team has like game points,
so you're like Ant-Man,
or like 10 in the Marvel world. In the Marvel world, I'm kind of like
Ant-Man.
So Hawkeye is like, yo, Hoodie Kev is the worst Avenger.
Stupid.
Hawkeye is like, Hoodie Kev is the worst Avenger, not me.
No, but in all reality though, if you had a superpower, what would it be?
Defending Kevin Knox.
Who, me?
anyone on the anyone? No, and just like if you had to choose a superpower, what would it be?
Well, if I had to choose a character or a power,
Just superpower. Just superpower.
Superpower, man. Come on, superpower.
He already got the best jump shot in the world history of the world. What do you need?
Yeah. All he has to do is clap his hands to get the ball.
Yeah. He's the best ever.
I mean, I would take my marksman skill against almost anybody on the planet.
Junior.
Like Bullseye then from Daredevil.
Wow, that's just straight arrogance.
Yeah, Bullseye from Daredevil. That's
nice.
Hey, now that is what you call a villain.
I'm too lazy for all that. I would just be like, Professor X, and make you thought that I made every shot, and I'm sitting on the sideline.
Well, you're trying to do that right now.
But you're thinking you see me on the court just knocking out all the shots. And I'm just sitting there on the sideline in y'all minds. And y'all like, man, Kevin just knocked down 108 straight threes. This is amazing. I ain't never seen this before. And I'm on the bench the whole time.
Wow.
If I had a power, I'll be a techno.
3-on-3 tournament going on.
I'll be a techno path. Go to the casinos, try to get all those slot machines.
Bam. Yeah.
Let me control technology. I'm cashing out, baby.
Cashing out everywhere. Everywhere.
That money you make. I need that Spree and Z tax.
I got you.
But I was thinking about this like last night.
So Hoodie Cat, so Hoodie Cat, what's your nickname? What's your superpower?
I just told you what it would be.
What's that?
If I could choose one, it would be that of
that he could shoot.
Oh, I thought you were just pulling out legs. So
no, I'm not. I'm really not.
Oh, man, you're the laziest superhero. You worse than Hancock.
And the funny thing about Professor X, he doesn't even have to get up out of his chair.
Man,
Kevin's getting old. He's trying to be a lazy superhero.
Yeah, you worse than Hancock. Your uniform don't even fit no more.
Kev's like, oh shit, these motherfuckers called me. I gotta fucking get my ass down the fucking street.
Yeah, Kev, you like Hancock, man.
He's like Mermaid Man.
You sleep on the park bench.
Don't let one of my favorite movies be on. Because I'm like, look, y'all got to. Are they robbing the bank right now? Listen, I got like 35 minutes left in this movie, y'all. Little stall them. Send the
do what they ask. Don't get killed. I'll be okay.
What do you call the people? The people that talk down the bank robbers.
Hostage negotiators.
Yeah, the hostage negotiators. Send Samuel L. Jackson in there.
Somebody find Morgan Freeman so he can narrate what's going on.
Kev, in fact, did not shoot very well today. He was in fact just talking shit.
Listen, listen. This is me in the street ball, so I could not have scored a point. But when our team had 10 or 11, the last person you wanted with a ball in their hand was me.
Oh my lord!
Because they know that I was going to end the game.
You made Freezy leave with all this nonsense, Kev.
I have probably hit more game-winning shots than anyone else that I know.
Well, I mean,
these are straight facts.
Anybody in the room with you right now, maybe?
I mean, this is some true stuff. I'm not making this up. I've never made up anything.
Right. No, we got you.
Oh, but like I said, Reggie Bullock is the equivalent of Drax the Destroyer.
Reggie's a better shooter.
Kev, I keep trying to show you Reggie Bullock. Did you see Reggie?
What?
How you have
Freezy,
him?
you're jumping off too quick. Can't even hear you.
That's not true.
He's like
Reggie Bullock.
I see what he's talking about. I don't know why Reggie Bullock is there.
Right.
But
you like
Reggie Bullock? No, I don't.
Take your time.
Reggie Bullock is Drax the Destroyer.
3, 2, 1.
I see what you're doing.
He's right there. I mean, I heard it the first time, but like I said, that's Drax. If Elbert Payton is Star-Lord, then Reggie Bullock is Drax.
Hold on. Okay, hold on, Kev. Just to gauge your cockiness, do you truly, in your heart of hearts, believe you're a better shooter than Reggie Bullock? Yep, there you go.
Your Honor.
That psychotic villain laugh.
Yeah, Your Honor.
That psychotic villain laugh. Ha 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 ha.
Like Dr. Evil.
Some dude sitting on his gaming chair in his apartment thinks he's better than an NBA player.
Everyone.
Yep, and I'm a better golfer than Tiger Woods.
I mean,
Well,
when you say
he just had surgery, so I think I'm a better golfer than Tiger Woods.
You know what I'm saying? Damn it, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I guess you were the best shooter in North Carolina, during your time in high school, because they only had dudes like yourself and Steph Curry were in North Carolina playing high school ball at the same time. So you're right. You're right. You are the best shooter and third best shooter in North Carolina history.
It was probably a close race. Yeah.
Right behind David Thompson. Right behind David Thompson and Michael Jordan.
Shit, like he's saying it's a close race between him and Steph Curry.
Right.
Why entertain this bullshit?
That's like me and Zach saying our combined money is very close to what Jeff Bezos has.
I already make more than Bill Gates.
Right. And what I was gonna say is what Hoodie Cav just said, and $7 might get you a cup of coffee.
And those two teddy bears behind Freezy are brown.
Yeah. Hey, you see the white one is real touchy. Have y'all noticed that?
Yeah.
Bro,
that's sick.
Sometimes when I'm smoking and I see your teddy bears, I get freaked out sometimes. Like that shit's gonna pop up like Annabelle.
Yeah, like crazy. And I'm a little nervous because I'm sitting in this room in the dark by myself.
Makes it
like
worse.
All of a sudden, what Heck just said got real.
So wait, what you're saying is Kev was number 3 in his high school, and those two teddy bears were 2 and 1.
Right. By a wide margin, maybe.
By a wide margin.
No, I ain't gonna dispute what Hoodie Cav. I ain't gonna dispute what Hoodie Cav did. But what I will let me ask you this just real quick, Hoodie Cav, just to follow along with the question that's scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Do you believe that the draft picks that we have will lead to us drafting a very good player, somebody that we can add to the core, and hopefully continue the playoff runs? Or once you get past a certain point, do you feel like those draft picks don't have any value?
When you say the draft picks, which like all of them, or
Yep, all of them. I'm talking about in the 2020. See the thing crawling across the bottom.
21 NBA.
Yeah. Oh, that's why you. Okay, let me fix that.
So I was kind of confused a little bit.
He means draft.
Freezer, you know my dream.
Oh no.
So that answers your question.
No. Listen. I legit want to make a determination. I want to make a determination like what makes sense. The fade for Cade Brigade or make the playoffs at all costs. What are we doing?
Playoffs.
Make the playoffs.
I'm making the playoffs.
Right. But there are some that want us to fade for Cade. They're like, why make the playoffs in the first round and then get bludgeoned to death by whoever the number 1 seed is?
I think at this point in the season, anyways, it's a little too late to even talk about paid. We can't even probably end up with one of the worst records at this point. Even if we
lose every game,
we probably wouldn't even be in that position.
Yeah, and even if we was to fade, it doesn't guarantee for Cade because the way the draft is set up. We could say for instance, if the Mavericks don't make the draft, they'll be in the lottery. You don't know the lottery balls make ping pong our right way, and we get a high pick.
Here's what's funny. The Mavericks, and everyone's talking about the Mavericks tanking and everything else. The Mavericks have a better record than the Knicks do right now.
Yeah,
well, the Mavericks, not just that, they're missing 6 games off of their schedule.
Oh, this is true. But
yeah,
I guess percentage-wise, they're better.
Yeah, percentage-wise. But at the same time, it's like that. Like their issue is they miss so many players because of COVID. But that's everyone's excuse as well in the league.
Parrish, and I get it with the whole Obi Toppin pick, but we realized we found Emmanuel quickly a diamond in the rough, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. And if you take a look back, let's focus on that. Let's take a perspective. Look at the draft picks that we drafted. Let's try to see Frank, Knox, Mitch, RJ, Obi, Iggy, quickly. Out of those 7 draft picks that we just drafted within the past 4 years or whatever, we missed on Frank. We missed on Knox. We ain't missed on RJ. We did not miss on Mitch Robinson. We did not miss on Obi yet that we think of.
Put a half up for Obi because he's
You know, so we hit on quickly and Iggy. We don't know yet. We definitely don't. He's definitely probably not going to get no burn.
RJ and Mitch. Definitely.
So out of those 7 picks, we hit on 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, but that's also a team than what we have now. Right now, we found a diamond in the rough and quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I get it. I get what Parrish is saying because, like, I feel like that Obi pick was more of like because it was Leon Rose, CAA, that nonsense. But the organization as a whole, like Worldwide West, was the one campaigning for quickly, and like it shows that they can listen to other people other than just what Leon wants.
Yeah.
So, it was a good. I mean, whatever he has his faults. Quickly has his faults. We can all go at him a different way, but he's still a very good player for the 27th pick, 25th pick in the draft. Mid to late 20s. So if they can find players like that, that's good, especially with a team that's making a playoff push, and you're going to have later round draft picks. If you can find good ones,
right?
Yeah. Especially when you got these next 2 drafts. Well, next year, Stephen Fox said it's not supposed to be deep, but the draft the year afterwards is supposed to be super deep. So you never know, man.
Supposed to be deep, though. I mean, respect to Stephen Fox, and it probably isn't very deep. And like last year's draft wasn't supposed to be very deep.
Yeah.
So I mean, still, if you can, there's a lot of drafts that weren't deep drafts, but there was still like 1 or 2 guys that were diamonds in the rough in the late round.
And this year and last year probably is going to fall into the same thing with like COVID canceling a lot of like tournaments that's going on. Not a lot of players are being able to showcase their skills yet.
Exposure. Yeah.
Exactly. So, it's a give and a pull.
Right.
All right. Okay.
Hey, like
pretty
I said,
either way we go, we should be,
Yeah, we're winning. Like we're sitting in the driver's seat. Like I said, only thing I'm worried about is that we have all these assets and we don't make a move and we look stupid like the Boston Celtics did a few years ago. But at the same time, it's like I'm still scared of just making a move just to make a move just because PTSD from the Knicks.
Right. Wow. Okay, so that's a good way of putting it. I would say, and this is something that I mentioned a couple times. Usually, I don't know. It's like say the same stuff over and over, like Elfrid Payton can't shoot or Elfrid Payton. Right, but I think that what Boston did to themselves is they went from being savers to hoarders. Right, right. They went from saving draft picks for the sake of having a purpose for those picks to hoarders who just save stuff for no particular reason, and they just like to hoard, right? And y'all know people like that. They don't want to be called hoarders, but when you go to their house, they're like legit have like 22 junk cars in the yard.
Hey,
like
take it easy,
dude. What are you doing with 22 cars?
But
take it easy.
But look how it hurt Boston, because the reason we got Kadeem Allen was because they had too many draft picks and they had to release a player because they couldn't sign any of their rookies. So they released Kadeem Allen and he fell into our laps. Kadeem Allen wasn't a superstar for us, but look what bad that happens. You don't want to be a team like that we have to release one of our young players and then they go someplace else and turns into a quote unquote okay passable NBA player,
Right. And so in our case, I don't think we'll face that because we have 8 veterans that'll come off and we don't have to sign them back. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about everybody from Taj to Nerlens Noel, to Burks, Bullock, Peyton. Yeah. You had Frank, you have a whole bunch of guys that you don't have to bring back.
Rose.
Right. Derrick Rose. Yeah. So we legit have, a bunch of money that we'll have that's available to bring back any veteran.
$68 million.
Yeah,
to play with in the offseason. And that's
But the reason why I asked y'all that is, would y'all take all 3 of those draft picks and trade up for the number 1 pick?
Yeah.
If that's what would get it done, then absolutely.
I'll throw Kevin Knox in that trade too.
None of that's getting the number 1 pick.
You'd have to throw Kevin Knox and Kevin W in that trade.
Well,
they're a package deal.
Kev W is a better shooter than Steph Curry, so maybe we can just give them Kev.
No,
W.
only in high school.
But still,
Okay.
Even though we just give him Kev W, they might give us Cade Cunningham.
Hey, listen, I'm taking Kev all day. He got Mr. Professor X powers, all right? Fuck that.
The Knicks are down like 30. Kev's on the bench.
He's like, all right, watch this.
30 now. Change the
Wow.
We're up.
Hey,
30.
so Hoodie Kev, would you do the deal that I just mentioned? Would you take the 16 pick, the 20 pick, and the number 32 pick, and trade up to try to get Cade Cunningham?
I know nothing about Cade Cunningham.
Well, just the number 1 pick, Kev.
I know that you all
knowledge.
say that he's pretty good, but I have not focused on the NBA draft at all, because I thought from the very beginning we were going to make the playoffs, so it was never a need for me to focus on top players coming out.
Well, about just saying the number 1 pick in general. The litter of whoever you want.
Right.
No, I wouldn't. I don't believe in trading multiple picks for one. I'm under the business of trading one for multiple. I want the most assets, not the best asset.
So
if you have a surplus of assets, then
you're a hoarder.
Yeah.
You're a hoarder. Basically, is what you just said. Why would you trade back in a scenario where you know the draft is weaker at the back end than it is in the front end?
It's not like it's the NFL draft.
Right.
Yeah.
That's just my overall philosophy when it comes to a lot of things.
And I honestly, Freezy, I think it would take more than that to get the first pick.
I think so.
It would take those 3 picks and like 2 more from us.
I think it would take those 3 picks, Knox and Obi Toppin. That's what I think. I legit think that's what it would take.
Definitely Obi.
Yeah, or if not Knox, then something comparable. I'm just not going Knox in every trade scenario. I just do Knox in it because he had value.
Who's all right? But then again, who's the team? So if you're Minnesota, are you drafting Cade when you have D'Lo with that big contract?
Yes. Because so here's the thing, Cade Cunningham, and I hate to use conjecture here or long-sighted projection, but I have to in this case. I think Cade Cunningham is so much better and will be so much better than D'Lo that to mention D'Lo in the same breath with Cade Cunningham in 3 years would make us laugh.
No, what I'm saying is if you're Minnesota, right? If you're the Minnesota Timberwolves, who's a small market team who has that money invested into D'Lo, who's going to trade for D'Lo to take that money?
You don't have to trade D'Lo. You can have D'Lo play the 2 guard.
The Knicks.
The Anthony Edwards is your 2 guard.
Right. And you can have Anthony Edwards come off the bench until he's ready, or have him play the 3.
The Knicks would take D'Angelo Russell.
And also,
what I'm saying is see, look at what Charlotte's doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
So Terry Rozier was the starter at the beginning of the season, and they also had Devontae Graham, right? So they had 2 point guards already that were established, right? But they still drafted LaMelo Ball.
And the Timberwolves drafted Anthony Edwards instead of LaMelo Ball because they had D'Lo.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I
understand where you're going with that, Kozak.
Mm-hmm.
But Cade Cunningham is a different type cat.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trade, and hear me clearly on this. I wouldn't trade LaMelo, Terry Rozier, and Devontae Graham for Cade Cunningham. I wouldn't even
trade LaMelo.
Right. You could not. I'm serious. You could not. And for Cade Cunningham, I'm telling you, Cade Cunningham is 25-5 from day one. Right. I would not take LaMelo, Rozier, and Graham for Cade right now. Right now, I would not take those 3 for him.
Offered you those 3, you wouldn't for Cade.
I would not take it. No.
Wait, you wouldn't take those 3 for Cade?
I would not take those 3 together for Cade Cunningham.
One, I would take it from the fact that you could flip Devontae Graham and you could flip Terry Rozier for different pieces that you need on your team.
That's a lot of respect you're giving Cade. We'll see.
It's like the LeBron James draft when LeBron James was coming out. Huh? No, but hear me out. Would you have taken would you have taken, say, who was in the LeBron? Would you have taken
Melo,
would you have
D-Wade,
taken
Bosh.
picks 2, 3, and 4? Would you would you have taken picks 2, 3, and 4 for LeBron James? No.
Well, hindsight, no. Time, a lot of people might have said, "Give me Melo, Wade, and Bosh for one LeBron James." They might have said, "Yeah," back then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So honestly, I would say yeah.
I mean,
Now, who's the number 2 pick in the draft?
Darko.
The best player.
Oh my God! Yeah, see, yeah, I definitely wouldn't take 2, 3, and 4.
Bro, don't be talking about the. Put some respect on the blonde assassin's name, all right?
Blonde. and for the record, he had frosted tips. Those were not blonde.
Darko Milicic was the only footer to do like a catch and then drop 2 points in an NBA game.
Interesting.
Think about it.
Interested.
It's that.
Well, I'm just saying it, and because Cade can do all the things that LaMelo can do. Now he don't have elite vision like Melo, right? He don't have elite vision, right? But at the same time, and he's not the elite dribbler, ball handler that LaMelo is, right? But and my belief is that there has to be something to winning, right? And we've never seen. Well, I'm not gonna say never. I'll say this. I just believe that Cade Cunningham is a cut above a lot of players that are coming out, first and second year players included.
Yeah, but the only thing that's missing though is and I'm not sure if it's because it's a product of COVID, but I don't feel like the college season is that hyped.
No.
Like these college players are as hyped as like last year players or the year before. Like I just don't feel it or see it. You know, not even on social media, not even on YouTube. Not the hype is not as strong as it was these prior drafts for these players.
Give me Suggs over Cunningham anyway.
And again, like it may be a byproduct of COVID and not a lot of games, so not a lot of national exposure or anything. But still, this not even like I remember there was so many mock draft videos like already halfway during the season these past 2 years. For this one, it's just hardly anything.
Right. So part of that has to do with elite prospects going straight to the G League, right? And then the other part of it too is a lot of the big time college games being canceled. So you don't see the Dukes versus Kentuckys. That would be that you would probably watch instead of watching the Knicks versus Bulls, right?
Oh, I'm still watching the Knicks versus Bulls.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, but yeah.
I know what you mean. But that makes sense.
Yeah. So I mean, things are what they are, man. I mean, I would say, I would say this: if I'm the Knicks, I at least explore the opportunity to move up in the draft. You know what I'm saying? Because what I don't think Tom Thibodeau wants to do is bring in 3 more rookies. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't see him saying, "Hey, Alec Burks, I can't bring you back because we drafted BJ Boston." No, I just don't see that type scenario.
Tibbs never been like one of those to like rely heavy on his young players. You know, he had D Rose. You of course you're gonna rely on D Rose. He had Joakim Noah. Of course you're gonna play Joakim Noah. No, right. But he had who was a shooting guard that couldn't shoot but played defense. What was his name?
Frank Ntilikina. Ronnie Brewer. I'm sorry.
Ronnie Brewer. Yeah, he said Frank Ntilikina. Yo, Kev, you too.
I get him confused so many times.
No. See, he just yeah.
What I say to that, Hector, and that's true, but like, you look at Tibbs. What 3 young players do we have that are worth playing time and developing right now?
You're right. Only ones is really like RJ, Mitch, Obi.
RJ, Mitch,
quickly.
Who are the 4 young people getting minutes and developing?
You're right.
I think you have. I think still
better young.
I have a question to that, and I say this because you all know that I'm a Knuckser, right? So you say
no, man.
No, because I want to ask a question, right? And it goes to what everyone says. What was just said was who's the young players we have worth developing? And you said RJ, Quickly, and Obi, right? As
Not
in
worse,
Kevin
not
Knox.
worse.
And
As in Kevin Knox is not worth developing. Okay. So if you feel Kevin Knox is not worth developing, why does he have any sort of value whatsoever to another team? Because why would another team feels like he has any worth of developing if his own franchise doesn't think he's any worth
who
developing?
said he had value to another team? What other team's clamoring to trade for him?
Because you want to add Kevin Knox in every single trade
I
option,
don't.
like he has value. So if he has no value, why is he included in every single trade? Because
But big bro, I didn't say that. I didn't say I wanted to add Knox and that it was going to get us the number one.
Yeah,
pick.
Freezy just left because he's the one who's been throwing Knox in trade. Like he just left.
And
like,
I don't mean
he's like, oh, Kev's coming for me. Let me dip. Whoop.
Hey,
Yeah.
I wanted him to see. Oh, go ahead.
Every young player is like worth developing, obviously, that you draft, but at the same time, like it's not like Knox, Frank. These guys didn't have opportunities before. Whether you want whatever excuse you want to throw that why they didn't work, they had opportunities before. But the guys that are producing, there's guys in the lineup in the rotation that are producing and that are young. Mitch, Quickly, Obi, and Obi's had his struggles, and I'm very critical of Obi Toppin, but he's still getting minutes.
I have a question. When Kevin Knox was in the rotation, was he not producing?
Not really. That's why he's out of the rotation.
No, that's not true because Kevin Knox was producing just fine when he was playing. Kevin Knox was averaging just the same thing as Reggie Bullock, and Reggie Bullock is a starter. So you can't sit here and say that Kevin Knox was not producing on the same level as your starting player is producing.
If he was, then he wouldn't be out of the rotation.
He's not in the rotation not because he wasn't producing. Don't sit here and say that he wasn't producing. And that's not he's in the rotation. If you have that excuse, if you're going to use that, there's no conjecture to it because it's not true. And we all can sit here and say you don't like Kevin Knox.
Is defense a part of producing? Is playing defense a part of producing?
If he was really
is Kevin Knox really that
bro,
bad?
Stop talking over me and listen.
Hold on,
for a second.
I just asked a question.
Why, if he's real, if his production isn't an excuse, then why is he out of the rotation?
Is Austin Rivers out of rotation?
Yeah,
but this is not about Austin Rivers. Let's say
I asked a question. He said if Kevin Knox is out of the rotation, right?
So let's
Tom Thibodeau is going to play 10 players. 10 players is what Tom Thibodeau is going to play. And he feels his veterans, because we all have admitted that Tom Thibodeau likes his veterans. So when it comes down to Alec Burks or Derrick Rose or Kevin Knox, he's going to pick Alec Burks.
But
why is that? Why is that though?
Guys in the rotation over veterans because they're producing. He has Quickly's in the rotation. Rivers isn't.
So let me ask you a question: who produces more?
Mitch is starting over the well.
Is Taj Gibson produce more than Obi Toppin?
Yo, here comes State with that mess. Talk about
my guy
State. Hey, State. Your kids.
I want to ask. Does Taj Gibson produce more than Obi Toppin?
No.
No, are you sure he doesn't? Because Taj Gibson plays better defense. Taj Gibson probably gets you more points than Obi.
I just agree that Taj does more than Obi.
So if Taj Gibson,
but I'm saying like he's a backup center. He's not the backup power forward. Is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter.
That's right.
But hold on. No. He's a backup center now because he has to be. But Taj Gibson is a natural power forward.
In the old
No. Taj Gibson started at center for us all season last season.
In the new
What is Taj Gibson's natural position?
10 years ago,
what position did he play last year?
Now center.
What is Taj Gibson's natural position? Regardless
what position did he play last year?
What position did he play for us? Doesn't matter. What is his natural position?
10 years
as a 34-year-old, he's a center now, not a power forward.
Listen, in the 10 years ago NBA, which is completely different than today, he was a power forward. Now he is a center. The game has changed, Kev.
The game,
and not just that, he has gotten slower. He's not as fast as he is.
Evolved. There's more small ball. Guys like Taj Gibson can't last at power forward anymore.
He can't who's playing power forward?
Guys like Taj Gibson would not last at power forward anymore.
He's
not a power forward anymore.
Who are some of the backup power forwards in the league?
I don't want to
Jeremy
answer
Grant was a backup power forward.
what I want to answer is this, because the question is being dodged at a historic
is.
level. Why is Kevin Knox not in the rotation? That
If he's
was the
producing.
question. That was the question.
Kevin Knox isn't in the rotation because for some reason Tom Thibodeau has a love affair with his veterans.
That's funny because Austin Rivers is a veteran, right?
He's going to play Alec Burks, even though we can sit here every game and say Alec Burks sucks and he stinks up the joint and he doesn't need to be playing.
Alec Burks sucks.
We can say the same thing about Reggie Bullock sucks and he can't do anything and he doesn't need to be playing, but he's going to play him.
But
because
Kev,
they both of them do two things that Kevin Knox doesn't. They both play defense.
Alec Burks plays defense?
Better than Kevin Knox? Are you serious?
Better than Kevin Knox that play defense, because you said play defense. And if you say
I said no. That's not what I said, Kev. Don't gaslight me. That's not what I said. What I said was no. Hold on. Let me say what I said. Hold on. Let me say what I said. I said those two players. I said those two players. I said those two players. No. I said those two. Don't try to gaslight me, because what I said was those two players. No. You said I said. Let me explain. I said those two players play better defense.
I heard what you
Kevin
said.
Knox.
Yes.
No, you didn't.
So you didn't hear what I said because you tried to switch it.
I'm going to ask you a straight question. I'm asking you a straight question. Is Alec Burks a good defender?
I asked you the straight question. You won't answer.
Yes. Alec Burks is a good defender. Yes, absolutely.
Kevin Knox.
Well, if that's your
absolutely Kevin Knox.
No, but
this isn't comparing to Kevin Knox. It's Alec Burks himself.
Bro. I said Kevin Knox. I was comparing them to Kevin Knox.
I'm saying is Alec.
No, you said, my guy. You said right after that that I said.
I'm asking.
And I didn't.
I just asked you a straight question.
And I said yes. Alec Burks is a good defender. Yes.
Breezy. Didn't I just ask a straight question that got dodged around for 10 minutes?
What was the question?
Right.
I said, Kevin Knox. Is he really? If he's really producing, why is he out of the rotation? And you said veterans, and I said, what about Austin Rivers, guys that are veterans that are being not played because young guys are producing over them, such as Emmanuel Quickly?
No. Austin Rivers isn't playing because Derrick Rose is there.
He got benched before Derrick Rose went there.
No, he wasn't. Austin Rivers got out of the rotation when Derrick Rose got here.
He was benched 3 games before Derrick Rose got here.
Yeah, Kev. This was
3 games before.
No, he was benched 1 game before Derrick Rose got. No, look at the numbers, because I did. Austin Rivers played literally the game before Derrick Rose got here. The game before Derrick Rose got here, Austin Rivers played 21 minutes. Look it up. I'm speaking facts right now. So don't sit here and say Emmanuel Quickly took Austin Rivers' spot. Derrick Rose took Austin Rivers' spot.
Even to that point, then, why isn't Austin Rivers playing Emmanuel Quickly on the bench if he just plays veterans?
Why is Austin Rivers not playing instead of Frank Ntilikina doing right now?
Or Quickly.
I have no idea why Austin Rivers isn't playing.
Because Tibbs plays veterans.
Austin Rivers isn't playing on a whole different. Austin Rivers is not playing on a whole different level. Austin Rivers isn't playing in blowouts. Austin Rivers isn't playing when we're up 20, down 20, short-handed. Austin Rivers isn't playing. And I don't know why Austin Rivers isn't. No, because if you're short-handed, if you're down, if it's garbage time, you're still going to play. Austin Rivers just isn't playing for a reason. And it's not because he's not producing. There's something else behind why Austin Rivers isn't playing. And it's not because he's not producing, because that makes no sense. If you're down by 20, you're putting Theo Pinson in the game, you can put Austin Rivers in the game too. So don't sit here and say that isn't because he's producing. There's something else why Austin Rivers is not playing. And it's not because his level or lack of production. There's something else why Austin Rivers isn't playing. And I'm thinking he's not playing because they know they're going to trade him.
I think we're chasing ghosts right now with that, man. You know, the whole thing with Austin Rivers.
I'm just saying it's something else.
I just use him as an example.
Yeah. So the reason why Kevin Knox is playing is because he's not good enough.
Thank you.
And it's the same reason why Austin Rivers ain't playing. It's because he ain't good enough. You know,
the young guys that are playing are good enough.
What's
the
good
young guys that aren't playing? Is
Reggie Bullock good enough? If you sit here and say Reggie Bullock is good enough,
better than Kevin Knox.
Yeah.
That is just the most BS thing I've
How's
probably
it
ever
BS?
heard. In my life.
Short of you having
Because
the
we
greatest
come
jump
here,
shot.
we come
Hey,
here,
hey,
and we
Hector.
sit here
So
every
Hector,
single night, and we sit here and talk about how trash Reggie Bullock is. But you know what?
He still
hey,
plays over Kevin
so
Knox.
Hector, so check this out though, right?
Oh,
So Hector, check this out. If Reggie Bullock, if Kevin Knox was better than Reggie Bullock,
he'd play.
why would Tibbs play Knox, or play Bullock over him?
Exactly.
I don't understand it.
But Freezy, like there's young players that play. He wanted like Nerlens Noel is a veteran, perfect example. He probably if Tibbs just wanted to play veterans, he'd be starting right now. But Mitch is the young guy that plays better sound defense than Nerlens Noel. Nerlens Noel might block more shots, but Mitch is being better at contesting shots. He's better at staying on the ground, staying out of foul trouble. He's got a bigger body. He's better. He's just a better player. So he's starting when healthy. Obi Toppin's getting minutes. Even it's just our best players at the power forward position, so he's not going to get as much minutes as other guys.
Right.
And Emmanuel Quickly, RJ Barrett, young. You know, like if he just wanted to play veterans, Burks would be the starting shooting guard. If he just wanted to play veterans.
Right. I understand where you're coming from, and I think that the virtual chat does too. They understand where you're coming from. So this question was born out of, if Tom Thibodeau may not want to have 3 rookies come into training camp to displace veterans that he has a rapport with, right? And in my opinion, I think I agree. I think I don't see Tom Thibodeau wanting to bring in 3 rookies for a total of 5 rookie or first year players in his first 2 seasons as Knicks head coach.
Freezy.
But it also, guys,
hold on, Freezy. Knox played 27 games. In those 27 games, do you know how many games he was plus on his plus minus?
0.
4.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, 5. My mistake, 5.
Damn.
Okay.
How dare you?
But it's -6, -9, +14. That good game he had, -14, -3, +4, -14, -13, -14, -20, -21. I could keep going.
But plus minus is sort of a loaded stat sometimes. Like it can sometimes lead you astray.
Like
you have a great
RJ Barrett the other night was -27, but he was the best player on the floor for us.
Right, and he had a great game. Yeah. Or Quickly can go 3 for 15, have a horribly off night, but we win by 30. Mm-hmm. Sometimes that's just not.
Sometimes it's a good metric. Sometimes we have to add other metrics to it.
But also, I can argue that Tibbs is in the process of changing because, if that article came out, he wanted to trade the young guys. He wanted to trade Julius, but they wouldn't let him. And I was asked in an interview about it, and he wasn't really going to comment. But he said, "All I say is this: I trust what the front office is doing. They obviously put a great plan together, and it works." Right. I think he's seeing I can win with these young cats. I can win with these guys. Let's keep building this. There's something special here.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so what do y'all think? Do you think so? Based off what you said, Coach Zach, do you think Tibbs is open to bringing in 3 more rookies?
I say I don't think he really has a choice because it's Leon Rose and Worldwide West and all their show they're running. He's the coach. His job is to coach the players that are on his roster. He might have an input, but I'm saying I might want to do something one way at work, and it might, in my opinion, I know it's better. But my boss tells me to do it this way or I'm fired.
Mm-hmm.
I got to be open to it.
Got to do it that way or get fired.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I feel you on that. So I want to talk about one other thing, right? This is what I spoke to Hector about when Hector first came on. Yo, so what's the impact of the Knicks being good in the Knicks universe in the metro area in the whole as a whole? So the Knicks have been terrible for so long that we forget what the impact of a winning Knicks team feels like. So what do you think a winning Knicks team does for the sports world?
Well, I can tell you
and what I mean by winning is championships, nothing less.
Well, I could to start off what we're doing right now that we're vastly improved
I can give you an example. Like my son's mother's parents. I just took him over there for a sleepover for the weekend, right? So they're all Philly fans, 76ers fans. And before the season started, it was always like, oh, you guys are going to be trashed. You're always trashed, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Now it's, hey, you guys are looking good. Maybe we should watch the game together. You know, let's see some competition. We play you guys soon. You know, it might be a little tough game.
Right.
Like, so people are starting to respect us. We're starting to, like, and you see the videos of outside Madison Square Garden after we went over 500, we got to 500. Everybody dancing. Even in a COVID environment, we're shaking hands, we're dapping. I mean, it's economically going to help New York City. People are going to be buying more jerseys. People are going to be doing more things. The culture is just going to be more ridiculous in New York in a good way.
Right.
It's almost like if we win a championships, it's going to be like the LeBron James effect was in Cleveland. In my opinion, and since the Knicks are the most valuable franchise, it's going to be all over the world, all over the country, not just like LeBron. You know what I mean?
In my opinion, it would be like a cultural switch, because you remember before the Cubs won the World Series, they were the punchline of everything, like of every movie, everything that had like any pop culture reference, and everyone clowned the Cubs just like they clowned the Knicks. But now with that narrative change, with the Cubs winning the World Series and everyone jumping on the bandwagon, and even in movies, every random person is a Cub fan in movies nowadays. But with the Knicks winning a championship or getting in the position to put themselves in that position, I guarantee you there will be one basketball movie that comes out that's shaped around the team being the New York Knicks. Remember when Whoopi had that movie that came out in the 90s? Eddie. That was when the Knicks switched it around. When they weren't the 80s Knicks anymore, when they weren't the losers anymore, that's when it switched around. And then that's when that movie came. So there's a cultural switch as well. Just like Z said, it's going to be great for the economics, but it also is going to be a great cultural switch.
Okay. All right. So what I want to do though is dive deeper into that. I want to talk about impact and the way we view certain stuff, right? So give you an example. When the Boston Red Sox finally won a World Series, they brought Bill Buckner back. Yeah, remember that? Bill Buckner was the GOAT. They hated Bill Buckner.
Yeah.
Even though he was
wasn't his
carrying
fault.
them, even though he was carrying them in the playoffs, and he was playing hurt on bad ankles, knees, hips, and back.
He was an MVP. He was an MVP for the Red Sox.
Right.
A couple of years before.
Right. And the coach was like, he is so hurt. I don't even know if we should have him on the active World Series roster. But you can't go and break that man's heart like that. Be like, yo, this is the first time, you get the chance to play in the World Series, but you can't play because you hurt. And it came back to bite them in Game 6. But people forget there was a Game 7 the next night. You know what I'm saying? There was a Game 7.
Another example like that, since you said the Cubs, like after the Cubs won the World Series, they started bringing more light to that fan.
Yeah.
Game.
Oh my God!
Blank, but everybody knows that Moses, how you say, Alou,
something man. It's something with man at the end.
The left fielder,
Barkman.
Yes.
Yeah, Barkman. Yeah.
But Moses Alou, obviously tried to chase the ball and he took it from him. Whatever. They actually, made a video, a documentary to give like sympathy to the guy instead of constantly killing him.
He didn't want no parts of it.
Right, but still, they were like showing a different light,
of course,
like you know what I mean. Instead of killing him, like that, I totally see what you're saying, Freezy. Like things like that could definitely happen.
Yeah, so who would that player be for the Knicks, or what would that person be?
Honestly, bro, it would be look at Golden State, right? Before Golden State went off to start their dynasty or whatever, that owner was hated by them fans. They booed him something fierce, something crazy. Was it Chris Mullins' retirement ceremony they was having, and they were booing him something crazy? Like,
yeah,
hated. It wasn't until he won. James Dolan. We could have as many bad things to say about James Dolan. The shareholders is what's pushed the Knicks. They push him to make decisions, so he just falls victim to trying to He's that kid that has all the money but wants all the friends, and he does everything, and he goes out of his way to try to be friends with Zach or try to be friends with Uncle Freezy, but he falls on his face and he looks stupid doing it. You know, so when we come to that position, I think James Dolan will probably be forgiven by the fans.
Also, like, look at it in the reverse aspect, like with my Cowboys, Jerry Jones, when they were winning Super Bowls in the 90s, you know, I mean, way different reputation than the last 25 years.
Definitely.
And that, you know, he's the worst owner now. Like, you know, he gets more of a bad rap than Dolan does. And then it's like, if God forbid, it won't happen. I'm realistic. But if the Cowboys win a Super Bowl like that, you know what I'm saying? His reputation just goes back. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just how it goes.
Right. So now that I hear y'all talk about it, I have somebody that I want to introduce to the conversation.
Okay.
I think the person that'll be forgiven is John Starks. I think that John Starks, since we've all been alive, right? John Starks is the only Knick of this current era of Knicks. And I say current, I use that term loosely because it's been about 30 years, right? But he's the only Knick in this generation of Knicks that had a shot in the air to win a championship. If his shot had gone in, the Knicks timeline would be vastly different. Right. So if the Knicks win the championship, right, I think cats like John Starks will be redeemed because now we won't have anybody to blame for our years and years and years of playoff failures. Right.
You think Phil Jackson, Isaiah Thomas, all these other failure front office guys, failure head coaches would be forgiven a little bit too?
No.
As Isaiah Thomas, one, that whole sexual assault scandal, that was horrible. But Isaiah Thomas, he tried to put band-aids on a sinking ship, a ship that had holes in it. He didn't have us in cap hell or draft pick hell. He inherited that. He exacerbated the situation, but when he did have draft picks, he did draft David Lee, Channing Frye, Nate Robinson. Those were solid draft picks, you know, but it was not, he didn't have draft picks to draft players. So you couldn't use his best asset, which was scouting players and being able to figure out who's the best player to choose. He tried to make moves just for the sake of making moves, getting Marbury, getting Tim Thomas, trying to force a situation that wasn't going to happen.
The reason I say stuff like that is like, yeah, I know all that stuff like can't be forgiven what they did, but if we win a championship, it lessens the scars.
Oh,
like, you know what I'm saying? It helps. It helps heal those times.
Yeah, it helps the healing process. Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I didn't mean like we're gonna bring them back for a ceremony or anything, but you know, we could talk about the Phil Jackson era or those things with a little bit more laughter, a little bit less pain.
Yeah, just like Joe Curry said. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think that once the Knicks win a championship, man, a lot of the ghosts of Knicks past can get out of purgatory and go to heaven or hell where they need to go. You know what I'm saying? Because we have a lot of situations that for instance, the Roy Hibbert block of Carmelo dunk in the playoffs, right? That's heartache for a lot of people. But RJ Barrett knocking down the game-winning 3 in Game 7 with 3 seconds left on the clock will have you in such a euphoric state that we'll forget about the Carmelo Anthony getting blocked at the rim by Roy Hibbert thing.
And what will make it even better is that we drafted RJ. That's
right.
The difference. You know how hard we go for our homegrown talent, especially you're a baseball fan. So you know anybody coming from the minors, even if they're like 28, 29 years old, oh, this is going to be the next best thing. You have that love and admiration for your own.
Right. It's comparable to David Wright hitting a home run in the World Series for the Mets.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
You know and so the reason why I brought up RJ Barrett is just for that fact. The one time we tanked and got it right, you know what I'm saying? The odds were still stacked against us. The NBA still forced us to 3. And we got a guy that hit the game-winning 3 for the NBA title. And no matter what people say, they can never take that championship away from us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They can never take that championship away. And so that's the reason why, I say, we need to put the kids in these high leverage games and have them test their mettle, see what they're made of, right?
Get them to want to come back, know what that feeling's like to be there.
Yeah.
Right. right? And so it's the situation where, yeah, well, and you know, and it furthers my question, like, does Tom Thibodeau have the patience to bring in 3 more rookies? You know what I'm saying? With because we have 3 draft picks in this draft. Clearly, he doesn't have the patience for rookies because we traded one of those draft picks for Derrick Rose, right? So we should have been drafting 4 times in this draft, but instead now we have Derrick Rose, who'll be a free agent at the end of the season for a late second round pick, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if Tibbs is gonna be open to bringing in 3 rookies. Like say for instance, who leaves? Let's say I think Elfrid Payton is a keeper. Not that I like it, but I think the Knicks feel like he's a keeper, right?
Like a
Reggie Bullock,
backup of the future type deal, reserve.
yeah, and so Reggie Bullock is not a keeper, right? I think you can buy a can of corn from any grocery store USA, right? Reggie Bullock is not Angus beef.
No.
Reggie Bullock is not Russian lobster tail. You know
He's
what
a
I'm saying?
can of corn.
He is a can of corn.
No, he's tilapia. He's tilapia.
Oh wow.
He's tapioca pudding.
Right. You can find that in any grocery store USA is basically what I'm getting at.
Mhm.
With that. No disrespect to Elfrid Payton or his career.
Yeah.
But we can find us a point guard on the open market that can play a little defense and score about 12 points a game. Right? We almost did in DJ Augustine. We could have had DJ Augustine and some others. But let me ask y'all this: do y'all have any more topics that y'all want to talk about before we wrap up?
I would just say, Knicks fans, stop going out of your way to try to say that Patrick Ewing was wrong about what happened the other day, because we all know that doesn't happen at Yankee Stadium. That doesn't happen at the Barclays. That doesn't happen at Citi Field. And there's one reason and one reason only. Madison Square Garden is the only one out of those 4 that the police runs the security guards.
Right.
Yeah. Like what I say is, like, Freezy, you know, I work for a contractor for the military, for the government, and it doesn't matter if it's the president that wants to tour our plant. You have to have certain, like, yeah, these are your tanks, homie. You know, Joe,
But you have to have a certain level of government clearance.
You have to have that badge. If you forget that badge, you forget your
You ain't
credentials in
getting
your
in.
car, you ain't getting in.
You ain't getting in. That's just how it is.
Yep.
But there's a difference of him having his credentials and the security guard still asking him for his ID and still asking him for the school ID to prove that that's him. That's totally different.
Right.
There's a fundamental difference of somebody doing their job and actually doing their job and someone going out of their way to be the perfect hall monitor. We all know there's a huge difference.
Right. No, and I understand that. And I don't dispute that. Right. But what I'm saying to the thing with Pat, though, is I respect Pat Ewing as a player, as a person, as a man. Right. To for all the stuff that he's been through in his career and to be successful. Pat Ewing's a Hall of Famer for my favorite team. Respect. You know what I'm saying? I would say, though, sometimes the appearance of so what I'm looking for, the appearance of racial profiling is not actually racial profiling, is what I'm getting. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in my opinion, I'm like, yo, there are only a few 7-foot tall people in the United States of America, right? How do you not recognize Patrick Ewing? But if protocol says if you see somebody do this, and this, or you'll be reprimanded, man, just do this, and this, so you won't get reprimanded. I mean,
people got to do their jobs. People can't lose their jobs, whether it's Patrick Ewing or the president.
Yeah,
but he wasn't going through like the public front door entrance. He was going through an entrance that specifically is for the coaches and the staff.
Right. But it doesn't matter. At the same time, James Dolan himself has gone through that with his own building security. It's not like it's just Patrick Ewing. It's not just an African American individual.
When was it that James Dolan went through that? Because 3 or 4 people have said that and still haven't given proof that happened.
I can look it up for you and send it to
Yeah,
you
I would
via
love,
text,
I
bro.
would love the
But
link.
I'm
Yeah,
saying, like, I've heard, and if it's not true, it's not true. I'm saying I've heard that multiple times from a lot of people.
Frank Isola said he heard a rumor about it, and people,
I heard
said
it from CP, from Knicks Fans
yeah,
TV. I've heard it from a lot of people.
they reference Isola.
Yeah.
They reference Isola, but Isola didn't furnish tangible proof. And I'm not disputing that one way or the other. What I'm saying is if it happened to Dolan, we need more concrete evidence than the thing with Pat Ewan seems to be a fact. But if it happened to Dolan, it happened to Dolan.
But it'd be one thing, Freezy, if like, and I'm sorry to keep, I know you want to probably end this, but it'd be one thing if this was the first time we've heard of a situation. No, something happened with Spike, something happened with Oak, something happened with fans as well. He's kicking fans out of the Garden because they're saying mean things to him. Like, I understand you're the owner of the team and you own the building, but at the end of the day, somebody paid a ticket. And if you can't handle what people are saying to you, maybe you should go sit in the owner box. And maybe you shouldn't be as close as can to the fire. That's like us on YouTube. If we don't want people to come at us in the comment section, why are we on YouTube? We can't just automatically, I'm gonna just block everybody in the chat from saying something negative about me. No, this is the community that we created.
Right. No doubt.
But at the same time, too, there's a lot of, like, with the Spike situation, there was proof that he lied a lot on that too. Like, he had reconciled and shook hands and like it said it was all right, it's all good. And then when he was interviewed about it later, he said that never happened. And then he started slandering the Knicks again. Like, there's a lot of that's blown out of proportion by the media as well.
Well, yeah, man. The thing with Spike and Oakley and the fans, like all of those things are all different situations, right? The thing with Charles Oakley, if Charles Oakley had said to him, if Charles Oakley had said to me what he said to Dolan, man, look, some of us don't play like that, Charles Oakley, right? And I ain't trying to say I'm Buster Bully, because I'm not. But you ain't just gonna speak to a grown man any kind of way and think you just gonna, you know what I'm saying, you just gonna rock because you know what I'm saying, you feel like you played here. You know what I'm saying? You can't just talk to grown men. Hector, me and you going somewhere, and a dude we know, just a random person out of it, say State of the Knicks podcast, come up to us and call you all kind of stuff out your name. We rock together all the time, but we like State. We like State. Nah, man, stop playing. And State like, no, man, I ain't playing nothing. I'm real. You know what I'm like?
But one thing out that equation, is it warranted? What did I do?
And peace to State too, by the way.
Salute to State. Me and State, we did something early on IG. Salute to State. But the difference in that equation is, did I do something to wrong State? Did I do something to violate State? Did I disrespect State? Did I invite everyone else to a YouTube community meeting but not include State, even though State was definitely a part of that?
Right.
Did I have a ceremony on a YouTube page and not include State, like James Dolan did with Oakley? How many legend nights have we had? How many get-togethers of old school Knicks teams have happened at Madison Square Garden, but Oakley isn't mentioned in it?
Right.
So now if I'm buying my own ticket, paying money out of my own pocket, I'm going to sit behind you and I'm going to tell you how I feel.
Right. But part of that has to do with that relationship being frayed before those events.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, but
So how do you and so this is my thing with Oakley, how do you get on national TV and say you don't like the Knicks? I like LeBron James. I'm from Ohio. I should have been rooting for the Cavaliers anyway, right? Spitting in the face of Knicks fans, and then go to the Garden and want people to love you. You can't have it both ways, man. Right? You can't disrespect the one fan base and then come back to them and think they're gonna love you with open arms.
Right.
No, Oakley, Oakley, you did that to yourself. You know what I'm saying? You did that to yourself. You legit went on TNT and was talking about how much you love LeBron. LeBron, do it the right way. I should have been a fan of the Cavaliers in the first place. I only played for the Knicks. This ain't my heart. My heart is in Ohio. I'm from Ohio. Okay, dog. If that's beer talking, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing. But to not come out, you know what I'm saying, within a few days, maybe a week, and say, hey man, listen, I was feeling a little good, you know what I'm saying? And some things I said, you know what I'm saying, I regret. But hey man, Beer tastes good, and I like it. You know what I'm saying? So if he said something like that, I'd have been like, okay. But nah, not to never go back on it. Come on, man. How you gonna disrespect the people that love you, man?
You're right.
Cats and the Knicks loved Oakley. And for him to say that, we like, man, what's wrong with Oakley, man? What's wrong with him? Why he gonna do that to us? The fans didn't do nothing to Oakley. The fans did not do anything wrong to Oakley. Why you dissing the fans?
He was well beloved, man. Nobody, I mean, shortcomings as a player or whatever you want to say, he was well loved
I
and
know,
respected.
I know people right now that said Charles Oakley was their favorite Nick of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know
Oh,
people, right, but now they like, man, I don't know. They have to change their mind after this dude retire, after they see him make a drunken fool of himself. You know what I'm saying? And it shouldn't be like that. Oakley, come on. What are you doing?
but then also as well, if I'm James Dolan, right, and I know one of my former players is having an issue, has an issue, and I've made money off this person's likeness. I've built an empire off of him and other people. I'm gonna reach out and try to help that person. It's just like Vince McMahon not caring about wrestlers that got broken necks or who's in wheelchairs right now. I've made money off of that person's likeness. I've made a brand off of that person and the sweat and tears he put on that court. So
Right.
if one of my players is having an issue, that's like if Z or you Freezy, if you guys having an issue, you come to me, or if I find out, I'm going to reach out, regardless if I have the means to help you or change you. I'm still going to reach out to try to cross a bridge. You know?
Right. I just don't think it's as simple as that, though, Hector.
Yeah.
Because how does James Dolan go out of his way to bend over backwards for Tyson Chandler and his mom, but not do that for Charles Oakley?
Who's to say he never had made a phone call?
Right. Because the Tyson Chandler thing is so sad, man. It'll bring a man to tears when you hear about the thing that was happening with his mom's.
Well,
And
for the
and
people that don't know,
yeah, for the man, James Dolan gave this dude money out of his pocket, gave him access to a private jet for him to fly back and forth between home games or between games in order to spend time with his mom, allocated resources and all kind of stuff, did what he could for this dude, right? But what people point to is Charles Oakley getting kicked out of Madison Square Garden. The thing, man, is I'm not
Wow.
defending Dolan because I don't know what it's like to be a rich trust fund kid with billions of dollars and resources, within my control.
be
I
nice to
would like,
find out.
you're right. Yeah, I would like to think that I would be the same person. Unfortunately, though, I can't. And it's not because of me being left to my own devices. It's because of how people view other people in positions of power and authority with wealth, right? The first thing people think about is if you're rich, if you have power, if you're wealthy, if you own stuff, that you're a bad guy, right? Because most people have to work for a living, and I'm in that group, right? But if I was in James Dolan's case, I would think that I would still be Uncle Freezy. I would still wear this wave caps on the live stream. You know what I'm saying? I would still welcome all of my dogs, all of my boys, all my people, all my friends to the live stream. Like when I see Hector show up, I'm like, yay, Hector here. I would think if I had billions of dollars, I would still feel the same way about Hector. When I see Coach Zach, I would feel like if I had billions of dollars, I would feel the same way about Coach Zach. But unfortunately, people won't view me the same way. I get treated differently, and they would treat y'all differently. Man, y'all hanging out with Uncle Freezy, drinking that expensive wine and going on these fancy trips, and you pass by the common folk and don't even speak. Hey, dog, I said hello to 11,000 people, but because I left out 1,000 people, you swear up and down they went to my head. You know what I'm saying? It's like when baseball players start signing autographs. Some of them don't want to sign, and it's not because they feel like the autograph is not important to somebody, but they know if they leave out one person, if they say, "Hey, man, listen, I signed autographs for 700 people, man, it's time for me to go take batting practice." The one kid that waited in line and didn't get it is like, "Oh man, I waited in line all this time and he didn't even autograph my stuff." Even though dude autographed like 700 people's stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is. And I'm not going to bat for Dolan. What I'm saying is, I understand. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Dolan's a good guy or a bad guy. What I'm saying, in the position that he's in, I can kind of understand.
And also when they tell you like the whole, I get it, you want to reach out, and I try to help everybody I can. I'm a coach. I like to help the youth as much as I can.
Zach, have you ever signed 800 autographs? Have you
No.
ever? I'm telling
But,
dude.
but what I'm saying is, like,
Have you
even
ever
just at in a small thing, when you try to help people, you can't save everybody.
Right.
And you can't help everybody. Like sometimes, like, who knows, he might have reached out like to Oakley if he had a drinking problem, or for example, like Mark Cuban when he's trying to do it Delonte West.
Right.
Delonte West has got to, let's say Delonte West goes off the deep end, and Cuban says, washes his hands. I can't help you no more, man. You don't want the help. You got a problem. I tried. I'm sorry, but I can't help you anymore if you're just going to abuse my help and not get yourself better. And then all of a sudden, Mavericks fans see Delonte West just going off on Cuban in a game. And they're like, oh, why you do Delonte West like that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's I see what you're saying, but it's kind of a stretch because Delonte West ain't mean shit to the Mavericks.
I'm just saying, let's say he did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean, but it's just, man, it's a narrow slope to try to navigate.
Right. And how do we have sympathy for the bully? Right. Let's not forget who Charles Oakley is.
Yes.
Right. Let's not forget Charles Oakley is the dude that legit hazed Scottie Pippen for the first 2 years of his career. So much so that they had to get rid of him. They had to trade. They had to get him out of there for hazing like Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen. But there's a video of Charles Oakley walking up to Scottie Pippen and slapping him across the jaw. Right? Just because he could do it.
But is that a product of what Charles Oakley came up with? He went through that as well, that hazing. Like that shit is that, I mean, sorry for cursing, but that shouldn't be a part of NBA. Like rookies shouldn't have to deal with that at all.
Right.
Like you got baseball players that they make them dress up as girls to initiate rookies into baseball, which is corny as hell.
Right.
You know?
Right. Well, what I'm saying is there's a thin line though. Like, okay, so making me, Hector, and Coach Zach come to a game dressed as rodeo clowns is one thing. Putting your hands on Coach Zach is something different. You know what I'm saying? You put your hands, you slap Coach Zach across the face.
You're gonna smack the shit out of me.
All of us fight. You know what I'm saying?
All of us fight.
Zach's 6'4", 6'5" too. I don't want no parts of that shit.
He got his big,
no, I'm not. I'm like 5'3".
Hey, Coach Zach got his big foot hanging off the end of the couch. You see him?
Yeah,
and his feet hanging way up the other
I
end.
actually switched to the love seat or couch for the love seat so I could lay down.
So my point is let's not forget when you have a history and a track record of being a certain guy, and then you get older and you're still that guy, right? Should we show you sympathy? No, because the worst fool in life is an old fool, right? The worst fool in life is an old fool. Like you legit lived your life doing stuff the wrong way for so long, and then when I see you still doing the same stuff. Come on, dog. Hector, you know what I'm talking. You know.
No, I know. But Freezy, it doesn't help that like James Dolan's get called a racist or whatever for what happened to Charles Oakley, and for James Dolan to his answer to be like, I'm not racist. Look at this black player that used to play for me standing right next to me. How can I be racist? Like that's not a good look, my guy. That's that's equatable to the same argument as I can't be racist. I have a black friend. Like that is a stupid argument. That just shows how racist you are.
Right. But James Dolan has hired a bunch of minorities on it.
Is it stupid?
I was having a conversation with State. I was like, but does that change the fact that James Dolan doesn't pay taxes, so he doesn't help to like uplift poor communities. He doesn't pay taxes to help like build brand new schools, public schools in New York City. He doesn't help pay taxes to like help the the train system that is fucking horrible. So yeah, he may hire a few people of color, which is awesome, but at the same time, that's face value stuff. That doesn't help to change the core issue at heart.
Right. Good point.
But also, one person cannot change all these core issues.
Right.
So I mean,
I never said he was, but
I know, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, it takes more than just James Dolan.
Right.
To really dive into these deep issues like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so Simba Singh says, did Oakley not get paid by the Knicks that he did so much for them? Also, James Dolan was not the owner when Oakley was playing. But James Dolan was a part of the organization. His pops owned the team.
Yeah, his pops did.
Yeah.
And it's all like it's, I don't know if it's totally just egos getting in the way. Like as far as the whole legendary thing, like I don't know. It might be just solely about just ego. They don't like each other.
Right.
And Jim's like, you know what, damn this. I'm not like, as far as like Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Johnson's still not in Dallas Cowboys Ring of Honor. Why? You know what, like it's that's a white man hating a white man just because they got big egos. It could just literally be because they just don't like each other. And you know,
Right.
it doesn't have to just, everything doesn't have to just be like it's racist because a white man hates a black man, or a black man hates a white man, or whatever the case may be. Like there can just be hatred because two guys are, pardon my French, dicks with big egos and don't like each other.
Right.
Yeah. But to Simmer saying is, he put it's not James Dolan's job, it's the government's job. But when you got money like James Dolan, you're able to donate to certain campaigns to get certain politicians put in place to pass those tax bills that you don't have to pay taxes, to make it easier for you to run shit. So when you have the money like James Dolan, and when you check James Dolan public tax records, it's out there in public who he donates to. He donates to all Republicans.
Right.
You know, so there's your issue on that.
I didn't know that. And New York is a Democratic state, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like all these owners in the NBA, they all donate to Republican campaigns because it helps them with tax money. It helps them with saving taxes. It helps them with tax breaks. And it's a difference of, say, like Freezy, me and you, because we're on different tax brackets than them. So it's like when we donate money, every dollar that we donate, when it's time for our tax return, we get 80 cents back for every dollar. But Jerry Jones and James Dolan, for every dollar that they donate, they get $1.80, $1.90 back. So they make double what they actually donate. So it's not a donation, it's actually a job making money.
Okay. I didn't know that. So it's a line of revenue.
It's revenue. Just like if say like boom, you trade stocks, right, Freezy? You just made 25 million in stocks, right? So you want to avoid paying those taxes. Cool. You call up Z. I want to commission you to make a painting for me, a beautiful painting. I'm gonna pay you $50,000 to make that painting. Cool. Z paints that painting for you. Then you call me. Hey, Hector, I'm trying to get this painting appraised. Can you give me a high appraisal value? I set the price for what the price of that painting is. You pay me $1 million. Cool. I value that painting at $25 million. Now you take that painting, donate it to a museum. You just save $25 million in taxes, Freezy.
It sounds like you're just going at Republicans for like doing this whole corrupt
No,
thing.
it's both.
It's
both.
Okay.
It's both.
As long as we understand that is both. All politicians are pretty much
Republicans
corrupt.
do it worse.
Well, hey, so I want to finish this tomorrow, man. I'm taking my.
I'm
mom.
sure Hector and I'll have a conversation after this a little bit.
So I wanted to be in too. I gotta take my mom and my sister and Miss Mocha to breakfast in the morning at 7.
Definitely.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be at the breakfast. What time is it right now?
4
o'clock. Yeah, so I'll be up in like 2 hours. To take them to breakfast.
Use a machine, Freezy.
Hey man, and we doing the Knicks morning drive
again.
And
you're invited.
And I'm gonna jump on with Spree and Z.
Oh, definitely.
And watch the game at 2 o'clock.
Should I do a watch along? You think?
Yeah.
Hey, if you do a watch along, I'll join on you. I don't want
to upset Legion, big. You know what I mean? That's all respect to Legion and what you guys do, but.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all kind of overlap some. So
Freezy,
before
we dip out, I'm sorry. Before we dip out, I just wanted to say something, Freezy. Thank you so much, because I said this before on Ron's show, but it's like when we meet people or like interact with like people that we follow online, a lot of the times they tend to try to be gatekeepers and try to hide how they do things. You know, there's been certain content creators that have asked like, "Oh, how do you do this and how do you do that?" And they don't want to let us know. You have not been that. I just want you to thank you for that, because of what you started. Z and Spree and Z, how they've grown from this. Ron, how he's grown from this. I just wanted to just let you know, from like people that I interact with Twitch, you're really recommended and you're really like highly regarded as high value.
Right, right. Hey, I appreciate that, man. And so the thing about gyms, big dog, the thing about gyms is they're not intended for you, right? So when somebody gives you a gym, you hold it, you appreciate it, you learn from it, and then you pass it along, right? That's how the gym got to you in the first place. Because somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody passed that gem along and along and along and along till it got to the person that you know. And then they passed that gem to you, right? And it's your job as the caretaker of that gem is to pass it along to somebody else. And don't forget about Foxy, because Foxy's
Oh
starting
yeah.
something too. Foxy
Yep.
starting something the Monday after next. So the thing about us growing is like I don't look at sharing information as a detriment. You know what I'm saying? Because I look at this as like a fellowship. This is a place where people that really don't know each other can come and exchange information, laugh and talk, tell jokes, share memories and experiences, and flat out have fun. You know what I'm saying? Do we want the joint to be bigger? Of course, of course, but not because in a sense where I'm gonna go brag like, man, I have 10 million subscribers. Nah, it's I'll brag in that um, Project Nerd told me a story the other day, man. It was so funny. And then we laugh about the story. That's the reason why we do it. You know what I'm saying? We like when Coach Zach and Hoodie Cav go at it. You know what I'm saying? It's not because we want to see the argument. It's because it's entertaining to us. You know what I'm saying? We have fun.
Love you,
Right?
Hoodie Kev.
Yeah,
It was all respect too. I don't know why he left. I was being
right.
respectful.
Because because Kevin Knox is not good enough to start. That's the reason why he left.
Okay.
But the thing is if I have something, man, I'm gonna share it, right? The only thing I ask in return is don't be whack, right? Don't be whack, and I say that in a respectful sense, like respect the game, because there's a lot of dudes out here like myself that put a lot of hard work into doing what people look at and they think is simple, right? Don't be whack. Don't take anybody's time for granted. You know what I'm saying? Man, be respectful of people and their time. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like if you just like to talk, man, just get on somebody else's joint and just, you know what I'm saying, and chop it up. But if you feel like you're gonna create dope content, then jump out there and do it. Because your audience don't have to be big. You know what I'm saying? You just, if you're doing it because you want to create dope content, the people will find you. You know, people will legit find you because YouTube has billions of users,
Oh yeah.
and the Knicks have millions of fans. So if you're dope, if what you create is dope, the people will find you. You just go, but it's like sending smoke signals. Like when you start your little fire, before you put your blanket on the fire and start sending smoke in the air, you got to start your fire first. You know what I'm saying? Don't burn your blanket up. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like don't be whack. Don't do nothing crazy, and don't disrespect people, and don't and the other thing too is when you create your channel, let others share in the experience. Like if others click on that link and jump on, let them talk and let them have their way as long as they're respectful. Because if you have the platform, you can do as much talking as you want to. You know what I'm saying? But once you put the link out there and people join, let them chop it up. And
Fact.
even if you don't agree, let them have their opinion. So
Yep.
that's all. But what I was gonna say before Hector cut me off.
Damn it, Hector.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say. Sam Russell will be on tomorrow night. With us. So we got Sam coming on tomorrow night. I was texting him earlier. So he'll probably come and hang out with us for about an hour or so. And what I want to do is rekindle the conversation that last little bit that we talked about with Hector. And not for the sake of angering people, but for the sake of us educating each other about different perspectives, the way people think and how it impacts people's lives. You know what I mean? But anyway,
You know what? Good though.
What's that?
Is Hector? Let's not forget Hector has an awesome channel, Comrades Corner.
Yes, I do a Comrades Corner on the weekend. Thanks, Zach.
Very
Hey, put
good
your
conversation to tie on your show, on your channel, Hector.
Mm-hmm.
Tie in some sports with some politics.
Definitely, yeah. I'll put my channel and for you, Freezy.
And
But yeah,
in the live chat, not the private chat.
copy in the live chat. I'll do it. But yeah, man, I host a Comrades Corner. Zach was on it last week. I have different people. Like I have a friend Nick who's like a scholar or whatever from Australia who's like super smart. He's like a walking encyclopedia. But other people as well talking
he is.
on like just political facts. And I literally sit down and share videos. If people have any questions, if you're scared of issues, just you could come down. Just same way how we talk right here. It's the same thing that I do over there. So if anyone has any questions, feel free. Don't be scared. Sometimes, it's just like I got into it because it's like sports. If we wanted to have conversations about sports, we got to know what the hell we're talking about, right? So once I started engaging in politics, I'm like, no, this doesn't make sense. Let me just learn more. And I just learn, and I'm just trying to help out as much as I can.
Right.
And so though, like for outsiders.
Hey, Coach Zach, my eggs getting cold.
Okay, go ahead.
No, but Zach was saying from an outsider looking in, it's a great way to help people get situated into the conversation.
Yeah.
Right. No. Excuse me. No doubt. So did you put your link in the chat yet?
Yeah. I'm doing it right now. Actually, hold on, because YouTube just acts up.
Yeah, we could. What we want to do is make sure we get it in the live chat. That way, for those that watch on the replay, or if they click on it right now, they'll be directed to it and they can subscribe to the channel and watch some videos and such. So
copy. I'm putting in the link right now. Freezy, you have to see that movie, that Judas and the Last Messiah.
Yeah, I got it. I'm about to watch Avengers Endgame right now for the 52nd time. but I promise you, I will get to it.
All right, bro. Yo, I'm gonna let y'all go. I just dropped it in the chat. Freezy, again, love you, bro. Thank you so much for the time. Zach, you already know my guy.
Right. And so I don't see it.
Probably because it's a link. It's not letting me put it in the chat. So I just put it in the private chat. Because I put it on the chat on YouTube.
Okay, let me do. Okay, I got you. I'll put it. Throw it in here real quick.
Thanks, Freezy.
Ben. All right. So what I want to do is okay. Let me do that. So that's the link, everybody. Hey, make sure you click on it, man. Subscribe to the channel to get notifications. And if you like what you're hearing, make sure y'all smash that like button so that we can grow these communities. Because basically, we have a Knicks universe, and everything we have a Knicks universe that's about 70% Knicks and 30% everything else. And so sometimes you'll hear politics, sometimes you'll hear MCU, sometimes you'll hear R&B discussions and things like that, but it's mostly Knicks.
Me and State of the New York Knicks podcast, we talk anime, Marvel, comic book stuff.
Y'all talk anime?
Yeah, we did one actually today. So Freezy, if you down for that, you definitely could jump on it. And Freezy, hit me up on IG, bro. If you need any logos, anything, just let me know, my guy. You see how I got mine all set up. I told Zach also, if you need anything, bro, just let me know.
Okay. I do. Well, I'm working on getting I don't know what you call it, but I was talking to CP, the artist, about it earlier. You know how when you watch a movie and the production studio has like a short animated thing before the movie
I know what
starts?
you're talking about.
I want to get 3 or 4 of those, right? So I want to get three or 4 of those. For the Knicks one for the Knicks at Night podcast, one for the Knicks One and Drive, one for Knicks Versus, and one for Knicks Freestyle.
After I get off, I'm gonna send you a few copies of what I have to your IG. So you'll probably get it within like next 30 minutes, and you let me know if you like that, and I'll start working on something for you.
Dope. All right, y'all.
All right, baby.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Later,
so I can get a few minutes of sleep before I take the ladies out to breakfast.
All right, bro. You be safe, my guy.
All right, hey, be peaceful, everybody.